NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association are proud to present a national championship. Today it's live final round coverage of the 111th United States Open. Championship Sunday at Congressional, and for the 25th consecutive year, a sellout at the U.S. Open. More than 35,000 fans making their way through the gates to get a first-hand glimpse at one of the most dominating performances in this championship's 111 years. The blue course adds to its own legacy today, a day after the 5th lowest single-round scoring average ever in a U.S. Open. We'll see if the longest par 4 finishing hole in major championship history will be packed with competitive drama or be the site of an historic coronation. And the player who could have something to do with that, Weili Yang, arriving a little bit earlier today with his 3 sons. 12-year-old Tony, the last to pile out of the courtesy car, along with 11-year-old Kevin, 3-year-old Ryan on this Father's Day. They were all born in Korea, but they are here in the United States, in the Dallas area, hoping Dad can get it done. Lee Westwood is in the second to last group. There he is, arriving with his agent, Chubby Chandler, who also happens to be the agent for the leader, Rory McIlroy, trying to put the last piece to a puzzle and become a major champion for the first time. He's got a huge lead. The lead is 8. It started off at 3. It swelled to 6. And now it's 8, the second largest 54-hole lead in U.S. Open history. So it's McIlroy and Yang again in the final group. They will be teeing off at 3:20 local time. Westwood, Garrigus, Jason Day, a whopping 9 shots off the lead. Kuchar, Garcia, Frederick Jakobsen, who got really hot yesterday for a period of time before fading a bit. And so 20 players beginning this final round under par. And who knows, by the end of the day, it could be the most ever 28 under par to end 4 rounds of a U.S. Open. That happened in 1990 in Medina, so we could see a record broken in that department. And Patrick Cantlay, one of 2 amateurs, really playing well in this championship, along with Russell Henley as well. And so for the total, he has set 6 U.S. Open records alone. He has set or tied 7 U.S. Open records. Rory McIlroy, we go through the numbers again, the low 36. Largest 36-hole lead that ties the record. All of these other records are set by himself. Most strokes under par at any point, 14 under, 199 total so far. He needs to shoot 72 to break the 72-hole scoring total. And so we'll wait and see a little bit later on as we get you off to Congressional here in the action at the first tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 1:40 starting time. Please welcome from Northern Ireland, the 2010 United States Open champion, Graham McDowell.
So once again, barring an absolute miracle, there will be no back-to-back champions in this U.S. Open, but there could be another man from Northern Ireland who gets it done. It was McDowell last year who, at even par, won the championship at Pebble Beach. That's where he stands right now, but he is 14 behind his fellow countryman, Rory McIlroy.
This is a good one here, pounded up the right-hand side. Might need a friendly kick.
From Dallas, Texas, Harrison Frazier.
By the 39-year-old veteran who won last week in Memphis, his first PGA Tour win in 355 starts. Actually thought about giving up the game not too long ago before getting things turned around and finally picking up that win.
Took this one right at the green.
Finds the heavy rough well left of this opening 402-yard par 4. And over to 16 with Gary Koch.
Thank you very much, Dan. And here at the par 5, Phil Mickelson with a chance for a 3rd birdie in a row. And that has pretty much been the story for Mickelson this week. Unable to take advantage of his good shots as we go to 10.
It's 214 yards today. Gary Woodland with a 6-iron. Preview of how to play the par 3 10th, but it's going to be a tap-in 2 for Woodland. And ahead to 17.
Sang-Moon Bae has a chance for a birdie 3. This would put him 5 under par in his round today. 6 birdies, just a single bogey for the 24-year-old from South Korea.
So it's Rory McIlroy and Y.E. Yang in that final group. And just a short time ago, Rory stopped by to chat with our Roger Maltby.
Thank you, Dan. Rory, final day, obviously you have a really big lead. Do you approach today any differently than you have the first 3 days?
No, I don't think so. I have to approach today like I did yesterday. I still had a big lead going out yesterday, and set myself a couple little targets for myself just to take my mind off the leaderboard and everything that was going on around me, and I have to just do the exact same thing today.
Now, today's Father's Day. You've got your dad with you. He wasn't with you at Augusta. Has he given you any fatherly advice?
Not really. It's been nice to sort of have breakfast with him every morning and just talk about the day ahead and what's going to happen and how I'm feeling, and it's just nice to have him here, and he's always so positive, and it's nice to have those reassuring words in your ears when you're going out to play.
Now, speaking of advice, you had dinner with Lee Westwood last night. Did he have any advice for you for the day?
No, definitely not. He's going to be trying to go out there and post a number, but I can't I can't take notice of what anyone else does. I got to take care of my business and take care of myself, and if I can do that, I'll probably be very hard to beat.
Thanks and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
So, Johnny Miller, first of all, happy Father's Day to you as well. Big day here, final round of the United States Open, and that's the game plan. It's been the game plan from Rory McIlroy throughout. Stay aggressive, try to stay in that same groove that he's been in for all 3 rounds. But again, easier said than done, even with an 8-shot lead. You were a pretty good front runner in your day. You won this championship. What types of things would you tell Rory if you could right now?
Well, he has 2 things. Well, 3 things really. He's just been playing sensational, folks. Number 1 in greens hit, number 1 in birdies with 16, and hitting the ball over 300 yards, 313 on an average. So he's got that going for him. But he also has, on the other side, he's got Augusta banging around in his head. He shot that 80 in the last round with a 4-shot lead, and shot the 43 on the back 9. And he just turned 22, folks, and he's only won once on the PGA Tour and once on the European Tour. It's not like he has a lot of experience in how to win. He's just 22. So what he really needs, to answer your question, is to get off to a pretty nice start. If he can, first 3 or 4 holes, he can be about even par and let the holes start running out and take the green light shots and make birdie. And when he does get in trouble like he did on 3 yesterday, put it back on a great yards, 100 yards, and knock it up there for a par option bogey and eliminate the doubles. If he can do that, as the holes start running out with this big lead he's got, it's in his favor. No one has ever lost this big of a lead in a major on the last day. So he's in great shape. I mean, he should win this thing in a walk, but you never know. He's got Augusta banging around in his head.
Yeah, the fact that this golf course has played so easy, do you think that gives the rest of the field hopes, Lee Westwood and some of the other players, that I know it's a long way back, 9 shots back, but they know they can go really low here, and if they get a little help from the top, meaning McIlroy, it could get interesting.
Well, you have the perfect storm in scoring. You got the rough that didn't grow in because of the heat wave last week, so the rough's only about that long. You have no wind. The greens are soft. That's the perfect storm for scoring. And McIlroy's got to be careful that he gets on a sort of a par type mentality. He's got to make some birdies today because he'll probably make some mistakes being nervous. But if he can just keep hitting those good iron shots and good drives he's hitting and make some birdies, he can make some mistakes and still win this on a walk.
We'll see if the game plan stays intact for young Rory McIlroy. Out to the first. You just saw the defending champion go off par 4, so from 117 with his second. McDowell has played so much golf with his fellow countryman McIlroy. Says he knew he was special when he first played with him, and is not too surprised that he's been able to distance himself from the rest by such a large margin. 17.
Phil Mickelson. Second shot at the 426-yard par 4. Pretty easy hole location here today, Johnny.
Yeah.
Bowl, a lot of ways to get it close. You can throw it back behind the hole, just like that.
That's one reason why the scoring's been good, is there've been a lot of holes cut just in front of those banks, and you get two ways to get it close: the normal way or off the bank.
Well, we're underway in our coverage of the final round of the 111th United States Open Championship. We'll be back to Congressional Country Club in Bethesda, Maryland after this.
Back here at the U.S. Open at the first, Harrison Frazier has already missed his birdie try. Graham McDowell for birdie.
Not too tough a putt, a little right to lefter. Underread it, or underhit it, or both.
So McDowell starting with a par to open his final round. 17 again.
See if Mickelson can take advantage of this good shot. Uphill putt, not much break. So Mickelson to +5. That is the par in his round today, but remember, he shot 7 over par on the back 9 yesterday afternoon. So other than that 9 holes, playing okay. So we go back to the first.
And Frazier for his par. And Mark, I remarked how popular that win was in Memphis. A lot of people were pulling for him to finally get it done, and he did.
I just talked to him about it up on the first tee. He is a happy guy, Dan, I'll tell you. Said it's the first time in 4 or 5 years he's been able to make a schedule. Didn't even have tournaments like the Masters and Tournament of Champions and those on his calendar.
And again, it's been such a long journey. He actually was thinking about getting out of competitive golf, getting back out into the real working world. Over to 3 and Peter Jacobsen.
Thank you, Dan. The amateur Russell Henley out of University of Georgia for birdie. In that battle with Patrick Cantlay for low amateur honors. Let's join Bob Costas.
All right, Peter, and I'm joined by Tim Rosafort, senior writer, Golf World Magazine. More on Russell Henley in just a moment, but let's start with the man of the hour, the man of the weekend, Rory McIlroy. You know a bit about how he spent the night before this final round.
Well, he stayed at the Player Hotel and comes in the lobby last night, and it's the hotel is sort of taken over by all the European players. Keimer's in there, Kyrgios, Stenson. They give him a standing ovation. This is when he's coming in off the golf course. The elevator door closes, big ear-to-ear grin. He changes out, puts on his jeans, he puts on his glasses for cover, and ends up going out to dinner as Roger interviewed him with Lee Westwood, with his father. They're talking rugby most of the night. It was a very late night. It was almost like Madrid instead of Maryland. They didn't get there till 10:30, back at 12:30. And the problem for Rory, as he experienced at Augusta and here, was not really sleeping on the lead, Bob, but it was actually waking up with the lead. And that's why it's so important for him to have his father, Jerry, here.
And what has that interaction been like with Jerry here?
Well, they're very close. Rory referenced yesterday the breakfast that they had yesterday morning when they had a lot of time to kill. And Jerry epitomizes the working class man in the real sense. He used to go 100 hours a week, janitor in a rugby club, bartending at Hollywood Golf Club a couple shifts. His mom, Rose, works in a factory over there. He was not here for the Masters. He grew up in a council house when he was a kid. He was back near that house watching when Rory loses the Masters. He traveled with him as a kid. He used to caddy for him as a kid. And Rory said, only when you get out in the world do you realize how much my parents sacrificed.
The two American amateurs in the field aren't contending for the championship. They are contending for the silver medal.
They are, and they got a lot on the line. Not only the medal, but there's an amateur record here. Jack Nicklaus, the only amateur in, he has the amateur record, low 72 hole total of 2 under par, so they're close to that. But they're two different types of guys, different parts of the country. Russell Henley from Georgia, going to turn pro after the Walker Cup, won the medal last year at Pebble Beach, won a nationwide event, beat Jason Duffner in a 4-hole playoff to get in through the sectional. I talked to him yesterday, Bob. He's not here for the medal. He's actually here for the big trophy. And he was a total athlete growing up. He kind of epitomizes the new jock that's going to golf, played every sport, was an all-state basketball player. Chris Hack, his college coach, said you didn't want him covering you. It was in your face. And actually, you'll enjoy this. He played hockey as a kid at the home of the Macon Whoopi.
One of the
former
great
hockey
Macon Whoopies. one of the great names in the history of all of sports. Minor league, major league, any sport, the Macon Whoopies.
And one final note on him. He's got his brother Adam on the bag, but his father's a doctor. Very cool. He's retired about 10 years ago in Macon. He's got a clinic there for underprivileged and non-insured kids, and he doesn't even own a golf club. And then the other kid's totally different. I'm sorry, Patrick Cantlay. He's got more golf DNA in his family. His dad's won 4 club championships in California, 2 at Wilshire, 2 at Virginia Golf Club, where he's grown up around pros all his life. I talked to John Cook, one of the guys who plays out of Virginia, said the big stage doesn't scare him. Jamie Mulligan, who's on the bag, he's been his longtime pro there, calls him an old soul. He recently played with John Mallinger, who set the club course record 59 out there, had a putt at 59. And you think what he's gone through the last 2 weeks. He meets Jack Nicklaus at the Memorial Tournament. Then he goes where he wins the Nicklaus Award, goes out and gets through the sectional qualifier. And then last week, he's actually partners with Henley in the Palmer Cup before arriving here. Scariest moment for him, that first tee shot off 10 the first day. It was shaken, hits it to 5 feet and makes birdie his very first hole of the U.S. Open. Said he wants to graduate from college and likes being a kid, but he is growing up in a big way this week.
Wants to graduate from college. Likes being a kid.
Nothing wrong with that.
I think that's the way to go. And we will go to a commercial break and come back to Congressional in just a moment for final round coverage of this 111th U.S. Open.
Back down to the ground to 6.
And Dustin Johnson's second shot on the way at the 555-yard par 5. Advantage of his length. He plays a beauty. This has been the easiest hole on the golf course through the first 3 rounds. Great risk-reward par 5. The water in play, as you can see. We go to the 9th.
And Robert Carlson's third at the par 5 9th. The par 5 stretched back to its ultimate distance of 636 yards.
Pretty much a 3-shot hole today, unless you're ridiculously long. And that's a super shot.
It'll be a 4-shot birdie for Carlson there. And over to Luke Donald at 16.
And his third shot on the way here at the par 5.
And drove the ball well left, Gary, into a lady's cup holder in her chair. This will be another missed green for the 3rd in a row.
And Luke Donald's struggles continue at this U.S. Open Championship. As we go to the 3rd.
Steve Stricker now with his second. 3rd hole today, 466 yards. Par 4. 4 birdies so far today, early in the 4th round. And that is a beautiful shot. Hole location today is in a little bit of a bowl there on 3, so I expect to see some pretty good shots there.
And over at the 9th, last year's runner-up in the U.S. Open. This for a 4-under front 9 for Havre.
Wow, another great putt. What a start.
So there are some good scoring conditions out there right now. That is
especially on the front 9. The back 9 have got a lot of tough right hole locations. Going to be much tougher.
4 birdies in a row for Havre to end his opening 9. And you look at McIlroy and Yang, their tee times to come. And just a short time ago, Roger Maltby had a chance to catch up with Lee Westwood.
Lee, you're 9 shots back going into the last round. What's the mindset going into today?
Just to play as well as I played yesterday, really. You know, that's the only thing I can control. It's up to Rory, you know, what happens with the tournament. He should win, really, shouldn't he?
Well, yeah, you would think so with that kind of lead. 14 under for 3 days. Are you surprised that kind of score was shot? And are you surprised that it's your pal Rory?
I'm not surprised it's Rory. You know, we saw him at Quail Hollow in the last round there, you know, under the pressure, shoot 62. And this is a similar golf course to that. It reminds me a bit of Quail Hollow. And he's played well in the majors just recently. I said after the first round when I'd shot 75, you know, how disappointed I was because it really felt like a morning for scoring, and I was surprised somebody didn't shoot a low score. And then sure enough, Rory went out in the afternoon, shot 65 after 68 being the lowest score in the morning. So, you know, I did think a low score was out there, but, you know, 14 under, as records and statistics show, has never been done before. So, you know, that shows the quality of golf he's played.
Well, thank you for your time and best of luck to you today.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, so Lee Westwood hoping McIlroy comes back to him and he could put another number at least as good as his 65 yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that Rory could shoot 3 or 4 over par, and let's say that's 10 or 11 under par, and then you got to look at the rest of the field and say, is one of those guys going to shoot 66 or 5 to catch him? Who knows?
To 6.
See if Dustin Johnson can make an eagle 3. Downhill putt, speedy, moving to the right. And we'll move over to the first hole.
And Brandt Snedeker just getting things going here. Birdie try for Brandt.
Looks good. Nice start.
Snedeker, pair of 70s to start, 72 yesterday, but quickly moves it to 2 under, and we go to 3.
Where Steve Stricker now has this left for his birdie to get to red figures, 1 under for the championship. So Steve Stricker gets to red figures, but still trails Rory McIlroy by 13 strokes. Can he make up 13 strokes? Wow. Y.E. Yang comfortably at 6 under in second place. Stay with us. We're just getting started in the final round of the U.S. Open.
Over to the 5th. This was just earlier. Masters winner Charles Schwartzel with his second. Man that finished with 4 consecutive birdies to just pop up and take the green jacket a couple months ago. Went on to make that for his first birdie of this day to pull back to even for the championship.
Over on 14, Ryo Ishikawa with his second shot. 14, one of the long par 4s on the back 9 here at Congressional. Uphill second shot. And that is a beauty. 453 yards today.
And over at 16, see if Luke Donald can pad his sand save statistic. Usually the best on tour in that area, and proves why. So makes a nice putt for a par.
This was a moment ago at the 18th, the 3rd for Mickelson out of the bunker.
A very difficult hole location just over that hill, and I guess he just totally thins it, which I've never seen him do before.
Has not been Mickelson's week. Started off with a double bogey on his 41st birthday, and that just seemed to kind of set the dubious tone. He's able to trickle that in. Better than yesterday's 77, but it's going to be only the 4th time in the last 14 years that Mickelson will finish outside the top 20 in the U.S. Open. And at the 5th, reigning British Open champion Louis Oosthuizen with his second.
Doesn't seem to like it, but it looks good now.
And so Oosthuizen,
what was he looking at?
I don't know, but he's going to like it.
That was weird.
Tap in. Let's take a look at the final round leaders in the last 8 majors and where they ended up. Louis Oosthuizen is the only one to have the 54-hole lead going into the final round and pull it off. And we've seen some recent high numbers, starting with Rory McIlroy just in April at the Masters with the 80. Nick Watney at Whistling Straits shot 81, and these guys had pretty significant leads. McIlroy had a 4-shot lead. Watney, I believe's lead was 3. So
yeah,
Rory trying to avoid another high number here in this final round.
Here's Mr. Rock here, who's had a fun week, hasn't he, after his travails getting here from overseas.
Incredible story. His nightmare travel to get here. He's going to enjoy this second shot. About 3 feet below the hole, straight in. Let's go to 17.
And just a moment ago, Luke Donald had this second shot from 162 yards. There's that rhythmical swing that we're so used to seeing. He struggled through the first 3 rounds, but playing much better today. Luke Donald would go on to make that birdie to reach 4 over par for the championship. Back at 15.
And this was a moment ago. Ryu Ishikawa.
Sweeper to the left. Greens are running about 13.5 on the stimp meter. Especially hit the hole like that.
Back-to-back birdies for Ishikawa, who began the final round at +5, quickly moving it to +2. Well, everybody in awe of Rory, including Sergio Garcia, wishing him luck. And Fredrik Jakobsen doing the same. U.S. Open Sunday, a big day for Rory McIlroy. There's the man of the hour. In fact, he's been the man of the whole week, trying to complete a wire-to-wire scintillating U.S. Open run. Rory making his way over to the practice tee.
Again in blue. That's he said he's wearing blue shirts all week, and it seems to be working, obviously. Very confident young player, but still, like I said, he's only won once in the U.S. Quail Hollow, and once overseas, so it's not like he's used to winning much.
Out to 7.
Where we have Charles Schwartzel for birdie. Interesting hole location here today on 7, John. It's in a bowl, but you've got to be pretty precise with your tee shot. If you miss it left or right, you've got trouble. Back to 1.
Davis Love III getting his final round in his 21st U.S. Open underway.
Second shortest par 4 on the course. Definitely a birdie hole. And did not break. He played it outside the hole. It was just really a right center putt.
Love beginning this final round at 2 under. Stays at that number. He's got good solid consistency. 70, 71, and 70. But a long way back from McIlroy. And there's Bo Van Pelt signing some autographs before his tee time of the final round. There is an art to it. You move your way through the crowd. You got to get to where you're going, and some guys do it better than others.
It's part of being a pro.
To the second.
And Heath Slocum on the tee at the par 3, 204 yards today. The hole is played all week. Hole location way on the left. Slocum with a 4-iron. Hands out to the right, safe side. There's a good look at that far left hole location. Just 4 paces over the bunker there on the left side of the green. Johnny, surprisingly, through the first 3 rounds, this hole actually playing a little more difficult than the 10th hole. It's the hardest par 3.
I always thought long par 3s were uphill. You either quick hook it or you block it right a lot. And they're just tough to hit because you sort of lift up your left side to get the ball in the air. It doesn't work.
Here's a guy that can hoist it way up in the air. Davis Love, that's been his signature shot throughout his entire career. There you go. No, he doesn't. Not like the rest of us. That's his normal shot. Beautifully played with a 5-iron. Over at 9.
This was a moment ago. Soon you'll know for birdie. This is the man that Y.E. Yang tracked down, trailing by 10 shots in the final round of the Korean Open last year.
Good player.
I believe he shot like a 77, high 70s, and Yang came in with a 66 and beat him.
Mark my word, he's going to be a gun. He's got game.
He was just a teenager when
Yang
beat him
just
last
young
year. He was
guy.
only 20 years old. Lee Westwood, a veteran, hoping that he's got some little miracle up his sleeve today, and he can give McIlroy something to think about in the group behind him. So here are the final 4 groups. Sergio Garcia of Spain, Matt Kuchar, top money winner in the American Tour last year. Then at 3 o'clock Eastern time, Robert Garrigus, the best so far for the United States, playing in just his 3rd major championship. He'll be paired with Fredrik Jakobsen of Sweden. And then in that second to last group, it was the two men who posted the 265s, the rounds of the day yesterday. Lee Westwood and 23-year-old Jason Day, who's had quite a major championship debut. Rory McIlroy and Y.E. Yang to follow at 3:20 Eastern Time. And there is Roars getting warm. A humid day already here at Congressional. We've been dodging some raindrops, but hopefully this entire final round will go uninterrupted. As we give you another taste of what Rory McIlroy has done to get to this record-scoring day. First round, birdie at 18. He teed off at the 10th, so this was a period of the round where he was in the middle of a 3-in-a-row birdie stretch. That tied him for the lead in the championship for the very first time.
And that was a rare birdie at 18, back left pin.
So he made the turn, made another birdie at the first, and then this was his second at the fourth. Part of the day when he hit 17 of 18 greens in regulation. It was absolutely flawless.
Advantage that he has is he can hit it straight, he can draw it and fade it on command, which makes a lot of green lights.
So a 65 on Thursday for a 3-shot lead. And then his second at the 8th in the second round, and this was the quickest to double digits under par in U.S. Open history. And Rory did it in dramatic fashion with a wedge from 114 yards. This is how McIlroy got to 10 under. About that time, you knew something really special was going on here, and he would just keep going. Birdie the 16th, had another birdie here at 17. This got him to 13 under. That was uncharted territory. First time anyone had ever gone to 13 under in a U.S. Open. He did double bogey the 18th, but still had a 6-shot lead through 36. Had a 10-shot lead at one point in that second round. So in the third round, this was a big key. A lot of people think his save for par at the third, getting it up and down from the fairway.
Yeah, he got it in the right rough behind a tree. Instead of trying to hit a punch shot and being a hero, he just blasted it out to his favorite yardage and knocked it stiff.
And after bogeying the 10th, he birdies one of the toughest par fours out here.
Yeah, that was sort of a crazy birdie because he could have made double bogey, get in the left rough, the water right.
That gave him an 8-shot lead, and this is how he made his final birdie of yesterday's round, staring it down at 14. And he would par in from there to post a 68.
He's hit so many iron shots right at the flag this week. It's fun to watch.
And just 2 over par holes through 3 rounds. The double bogey at 18 in the second round, and then the bogey at the par 3 10th yesterday. Best ever in that department, bettering Payne Stewart and company. So you got to put the finishing touches on it for it all to really matter. You got to have the trophy in your hand, and no one knows that more than Rory.
As we move back out to the second, Slocum has 2 putted for his par. Remain at 2 under. Davis Love with another good opportunity. And Johnny, this is the club he has been ruining this week. He's had 90 putts through the first 3 rounds.
What do you think it is? Is it a little nerves?
Well,
or?
it just seems like it's, you know, Johnny, as we get older, we get a little more tentative. I mean, I don't see, you know, when he was in his prime, you know, it was not unusual to see him knock the ball a foot and a half, 2 feet past on virtually every putt. Now it's just...
There's always that good acceleration
Yeah.
through it. It's almost a little bounce back.
Well, you see it right there. That's the classic where you start down with the heel of the putter ahead of the toe and just leave it like that, and it's a wipe. He's hitting a ton of wipe putts to the right.
Defending champion stuck on even par and stays there with a nice save at the 5th. And up ahead to 6.
Where we find the amateur Russell Henley with a chance for birdie at the par 5. Nice bunker shot from the left-hand side of the hole to that position, and he's back to even par for the championship.
Sort of an old-fashioned putting stroke there. Gets the putter up and lets it fall on the ball.
Over at the first.
Hendrik Stenson just getting his round going. This was a moment ago from just behind the green.
Blading it with the sand wedge. Nice
Moves it to
start.
3 under. And up to the 9th. This was a moment ago. Dustin Johnson for birdie.
Been quiet this week, huh?
He was the man that had the 54-hole lead last year at Pebble Beach. Rory shot the final round 82. And Graham McDowell ended up holding off a star-studded final round field to win his U.S. Open. Also from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy hoping it is his day. It looks like it will be. 8-shot lead in the U.S. Open. Last time we heard talk like this was about Tiger Woods. And we're talking about it today with Rory McIlroy.
You know, we've been talking the last year about who's the next young great player and this and that, and I think we sort of found one. Twirls it like Tiger and hits it long. And he has no weaknesses. I think the putting tips he's gotten from Dave Stockton on a higher left-handed address, moving that left hand through rock solid, slow down his whole routine, and a few other things that are working, and then he just seems to have it. I mean, the guy has got it, and I think he wants to flaunt it a little.
The other guy that would come up in conversations previous to Rory was this guy, Dustin Johnson. How many majors is he going to win? But he hasn't won a major yet, just like McIlroy. So they're all still looking for the first one.
Well, there is going to be a fun bunker shot. I thought that was too much club, a 5-iron for him.
I look above the 10th again, flip-flopping the teeing ground and green on this hole, which was the 18th finishing hole back in '97 when it was last played. Here, Rory Sabatini in his tee shot.
I love it. Came over it a little bit, picked it right off the tee, no divot, didn't stay down on it enough.
Just on the other side of the water. This was a moment ago at 18. Luke Donald coming in.
Big golf course for him this week. Gonna wear out his long irons. Is that ball going left, or did he play for that hook? We'll see. Oh, yep, that is not a Luke Donald iron shot.
Luke Donald has not finished outside the top 10 in a tournament since he missed the cut in Los Angeles in mid-February. 10 consecutive top 10s worldwide since then.
This is a very difficult shot right here. I guess he'd have to hit the bank, I think.
So it appears that this streak is going to come to a close with Donald in the tie for 44th spot right now. To 6.
This was just a moment ago. Steve Stricker playing a little third shot here at the par 5, and no surprise, puts it in really close. Something that Stricker does better than anybody else on the PGA Tour. And now live, a birdie putt, chance to get to 3 under.
He sure was a solid pick before the week started, Gary.
Yeah, just got off to a slow start, as a number of the bigger name players did in that opening round when the scoring conditions were pretty good. As we go to 18.
The bogey putt for Luke.
Now watch these putts at 18. I don't know what's going to matter with McIlroy where he is, but you never know. Should go a little right.
It's just so funny, Johnny, this game and the way the media works. Save for bogey for Luke. Just a few weeks ago, we were singing the praises of Luke Donald. He's the guy now, and all of a sudden that spotlight is just shifted over to McIlroy, the man of the moment. But that's the way golf has been since the post-Tiger dominating days.
You know, to win majors, you got to be sort of a tough guy. I mean, you got to, you know, Steve Stricker's such a nice guy. Luke Donald's sort of a nice, mellow guy, artist.
Is this guy tough enough?
I think so. I think he's going to win a couple, I think, before he's done. Look at how fast this is. This is like crazy downhill. Oh, he tries to hit it too easy.
Well, his week has been like,
go ahead.
His week has been like Groundhog Day in the wardrobe department. He's worn the same exact camo ensemble every day. It benefits charity, Birdies for the Brave. And Bubba Watson's late father was a Vietnam vet. And you know he's dreaming someday about winning this U.S. Open on Father's Day. It would be an incredible accomplishment for him in so many ways.
Well, he'll have something to wear definitely in Baghdad, Florida for turkey season.
Over on 14 now. Two-time U.S. Open champ Retief Goosen for his 4th birdie of the day. Very nice birdies at 1, 6, 8, and now 14 to get to 3 under for his round today. Back to 5.
And this is the second for Zach Johnson. He was on a roll yesterday. A lot of guys were on a roll yesterday.
He hit the flagstick twice yesterday, or the hole twice. And it was pretty impressive.
There's always a big thanks to Snoopy One, hovering above the Bethesda, Maryland area. MetLife Blimp crew as well for their beautiful shots, exclusive aerial footage of this U.S. Open Championship. Great feel to be back in the nation's capital.
You know, it's interesting because a lot of people wonder why Ken Venturi had to play 36 on Saturday, but the British Open and the U.S. Open, in honoring the Sabbath day, Sunday, did not play on Sunday back then in '64.
Time to go to the tee at 1 again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:50 starting time. Please welcome from Spain, Sergio Garcia.
Been a good week for Sergio, and any other week, if you didn't have a guy like McIlroy running away with it, he would be right there for another chance at the age of 31 at his first major championship. We talked about it yesterday, how this guy was very Rory-like 10 years ago. He was the guy that was going to win multiple majors. Hasn't happened yet.
They got 4 bunkers down the right side. That's the main problem with this tee shot. You need to keep left of those bunkers. It's an easy hole, really, if you hit a good drive. It's the second shortest par 4 on the course at 402.
Pretty low, started up the left side.
Shouldn't be too much trouble with the
From
short
Sea
putt.
Island, Georgia, Matt Kuchar.
This is kind of a rematch from the U.S. Amateur quarterfinals match. Remember Matt Kuchar and Sergio Garcia meeting at Oak Hill in the 1998 U.S. Amateur quarterfinals, where the 18-year-old Spaniard defeated the defending champion Kuchar 2-1. So Kuchar coming off the win, knocked out by Garcia the next year.
That is a 3-wood, Johnny. Just left to center, turning a touch, though.
A lot of balls in the left rough to Dottie. I guess those bunkers are making guys go to the left.
Garcia would eventually lose in the semifinals of that U.S. Amateur. And over to 5 for Zach Johnson's birdie.
Sort of eased into it a little bit.
So another Johnson over at the 10th for par, trying to get it up and down from that bunker.
Yeah, it's so fast once you get over that hill. That's about as good as you get it done, and this is not a hard putt at all. I'm not sure why he aimed over there, but a straight in putt uphill.
17.
Ryo Ishikawa with a chance for a birdie 3. This would move him to +1, 4 under par on the day. That's pure. And that is 3 birdies in his last 4 holes. So still some scoring opportunities out there, Johnny.
Yeah, I think most of them are on the front 9, though. The back 9's playing a little tougher than I think it's been all week, even though there's no wind and it's soft.
Well, after signing some autographs, we saw Bo Van Pelt earlier, and starts off with a birdie at the first, so it pays off to be nice to the folks. Huh?
Good karma.
That's right.
Over at the par 3 7th now, Steve Stricker for what would be his 3rd birdie in a row.
You hit it?
No.
Signed the autographs today, Jake, so far? No.
No.
You're 0 for?
I'm 0 for.
0 for the final round?
But getting Johnny Miller's autograph for me was huge.
That's got to be in your one of your best ones.
Had to go to great lengths for that. Up to 10.
Sabatini for par.
I thought he might have a really good Open championship, even though he's never played well in this Open before.
Par 5-6 we go.
Ray McDowell for a 2-putt birdie. Said earlier in the week that he has had a real problem reading the greens here at Congressional. out. So there as we go to the first.
Good look at the hole location. And Matt Kuchar is away to play first, Dottie.
He has 137 yards remaining. The grass going toward the hole, although it is sitting down a little bit.
Well, 87% of the field has hit this green in regulation, so this is not exactly a trembling hole to start with, has it, Dottie?
No, they've given you a little soft spot to start, but it gets a little ugly starting at 2.
Talking about the firepower of Dustin Johnson and obviously what Rory McIlroy has accomplished this week. I would think that Kuchar would have a major or two under his belt before it's done. I know he was kind of a late bloomer and he's 32, but he's just playing such a high caliber golf in big events.
He is now. He went through a pretty low patch there. He's coming out very high, but needs to go some.
Well, he's the 6th ranked player in the world, Matt Kuchar.
Well, that real flat swing he has is not great out of the rough. It's better to get a little steeper when you're coming out of the rough.
The amateur Patrick Cantlay over at the 5th. Again, the battle for the low amateur honors with Russell Henley. Coming off bogey at the 4th. Chance to get one back at 5.
And he is going to be something else. Hits the ball over 300 yards, and you can see it's not exactly Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Garcia over at 1.
Very similar lie. Grass going toward the flagstick. The ball sitting down. This is definitely a more upright takeaway. Just came out on a very good line.
Dottie, any idea if he hit balls on the practice tee today?
Dan, I only saw him where Mark did yesterday in between the chipping and putting green, and I didn't see anything going to the range.
That's what Mark Rolfing said yesterday, that Garcia didn't need any work. McIlroy has done his work, at least on the practice tee, getting ready for his tee time in a little more than 20 minutes. How many of us, when we've hit balls in the practice tee, have, sad to say, aimed the guy, picking up the balls on the golf cart? Well, Rory McIlroy has been so good this week that he can hit a moving target. Listen after he strokes this one off the practice tee. He just got the cart guy. That's how good he is. He's hitting moving targets this week. It's about the only chance the field has if they can move the holes around while he's out there. Good start there for Garcia. Good up and in, saving his par. And we'll keep it right here for Matt Kuchar.
Both of these players actually hit very good chip shots. Two very different chip shots, but both, with really good outcomes. This putt now will go a touch left.
Just doesn't miss many of these, Dottie. That's why he's always in the top 10.
No, he doesn't. Last year, he finished 8th on the PGA Tour in putting. This year, not quite as good. And if you had to nitpick a stat that's different, this was it for the year.
He's, I think, the best belly putter in the game.
This is all new for him. His putter actually got quite longer through the first couple of months of the year. Kept tinkering with it.
Garcia and Kuchar stay within 10.
And over on 7 just a moment ago, our defending U.S. Open champion, his Rory McIlroy's countryman, Graham McDowell, with a 6-iron, and he likes it. Oh, what's this? Could that be? No, it's a tap into.
These greens are just the exact opposite of Pinehurst, where everything repels away from the hole.
Well, that whole location, everything kicks toward it. It's kind of an odd part of the green.
I know, but every other hole, you have that sensation of the ball collecting where the hole is. Where, Pinehurst, everything is ricocheting away. It's a much easier design, the way these greens are designed.
And this was just a moment ago, Johnny, at the second. Young Tae Kim rolls in an improbable putt for a birdie. That moves the 25-year-old Korean to 4 under par. 3 times a winner on the Japan Tour last year as we go to 5.
See if Cantlay can finish this one off to get back into red numbers.
Definitely push that putt.
Silva will remain at +1 through the early going of his final round. We'll go back to the second.
And a good look at the hole location way on the left-hand side of the green. And Dottie, thank goodness for the players. The tees have been moved up.
Yeah, moved up 31 yards from yesterday, Gary. We saw a lot of players. Well, in my group, I had one player hit 3-wood here. This is a 6-iron. Actually, it looks like the hole's not even on the green from back here at the tee.
And there's an unbelievable graphic. Sergio Garcia, never an under par final round in 9 career U.S. Open rounds.
Look like he's playing for the draw. You'd think he'd hit here.
Very high and chasing that flagstick.
And comes up short.
See, I think that's sort of a mental error. Why wouldn't you aim in the middle of the green and play a nice draw where if you're a little short, you're still on the green?
And over at the 6th, Zach Johnson with his 3rd. Uh-oh. Oh, that came out low. Is that going to stop? No, it is not.
What was that?
Well, Johnny, some hard ground over there. I mean, it very well could have been a bad lie, but still not a good shot, obviously, as we go to 2. And Matt Kuchar.
One more club from Matt, Gary. This is a 5-iron.
I guarantee you this will be hooking.
Just a smidge of wind in the player's face now. That is out to the right, and it's not giving it up.
I think the putt for a birdie left there for Kuchar up the slope. We go back to the 1st.
And the 3rd to last group out, which includes Fredrik Jakobsen and Robert Garrigus. This is the 2nd upcoming here for Jakobsen. Talked about how hot he got. +5 after 32 holes. He was in danger of missing the cut Friday before birdieing the last 4 holes. And then he's continuing a string of 9 under in the last 22 holes.
Wore his exact same outfit yesterday with a 66. I guess he figured, let's do it again.
Why not when you're white hot?
No, white hot. That's what he was. That putter was that hot.
Just couldn't miss. Finished 2nd in the AT&T a few years back on this same congressional course. So obviously he's taken a liking to the course.
How about this
Garrigus? Yeah, this guy, just one of the longest hitters, period, out here on tour the last couple of years. Robert Garrigus, 33 years old, just his 3rd major championship. And again, first time he's made the cut. Asking it to get down.
Yeah, it's got spin though. That's not bad. I like a little downhill cut to start. Just get it cruising and let it go in with a little gravity.
Back to 6.
And Zach Johnson playing now his 5th shot. The hazard is marked yellow, so he has to either play from the same position or keep that point where the ball lost past the margin of the hazard, which would mean he'd have to go on the other side of the water. So he's going to have a good chance to just drop a shot as we go to the 4th.
This was just earlier. Davis Love with his 2nd.
Classic swing. And shot.
And Davis went on to make that for his first birdie of the day to get to 2 under. Over to the 10th. Masters champion Schwartzel. This was a moment ago with a 5-iron.
Look at that posture, how straight the back is. Almost, if anything, too straight.
And he won the Masters in April. He was the man, the next guy that was going to run the table.
Is he going to catch that slope and come right down stiff? I think so. Who knows? Might go in.
Ace. Is it? Is it? Oh, it just went left at the end. It looked like it was tracking.
Another one of those hollow hole locations, which I can tell you one thing. If I set it up, they wouldn't have had that many.
Going over to the 8th. Stricker for birdie. And Stricker lighting it up. 4 birdies in the first 8 holes to move to 4 under. Stricker, like Westwood, trying to rebound from a very high first round. Stricker shot 75 in that first round, but a pair of 69 cents. 4 under on this round. Over to 2.
Sergio's 2nd here at the par 3. Not an easy shot. Well, well below his feet. How good is that? Oh, man. Made it look easy, Johnny.
Yeah, the European bunker players are just definitely better than the Americans.
And Rory just came out of the practice bunker over at the short game area. So getting that part of his game honed as well.
Well, Rory just completed a practice facility at his house in South Belfast, Northern Ireland. He was very proud of it. It has a practice tee on it, and it has this practice bunker out of it.
Wow. That'll get you ready for St. George's, the British Open this year. That is
Looks like the road hole bunker there.
Well, that's a lot different than the bunkers out here this week.
He doesn't need to practice out of that one this week, because these, as you've been saying, Johnny, are pretty shallow.
Yeah, they are. You can see how shallow all the bunkers are.
And back at the second, lengthy birdie putt for Kuchar.
I like being some movement in it, Gary, especially in the middle to the left. Down at 2 would be a good bit of work accomplished.
So Kuchar will have a good 3.5 feet or so to remain at 4 under. We go back to the first.
Jakobsen has already missed his birdie try, so Garrigus with that little 28-inch putter. Actually, I believe the official length is 28.5 inches.
First hole is an important hole to get you off and going. If you make this putt, confidence. If not, something less than that. Not that hard a putt, really. Just a cruiser. Pushed it in, hit it too hard.
Back over to 10. Formality for Schwartzel. He's having a good day. Third birdie, no bogeys. Move to 2 under. And we'll throw it back to the tee at the first.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3:10 starting time. Please welcome from England, Lee Westwood.
So many close calls in major championships, but he did shoot that career low major championship round 65 yesterday. But he begins his quest 9 back. Frank Westwood set a record himself for the middle rounds of the U.S. Open.
This is a good one here up the right-hand side.
His last 2 rounds, 68-65, tied the lowest middle U.S. Open scoring rounds.
From Australia, Jason Day.
Alluded to it earlier. Few people in golf have had as good a start to their major championship career as Jason Day has. This is just his 4th major. He's already had 2 top 10s in his first 3 majors, including that tie for second at the Masters in April.
Well, he's definitely in the first handful of best young players. And by the way, on the scoring, there's 22 players now that are under par for the championship total, which is, you know, it's quite a few. They're not ripping it up, they're under par. Except for one guy.
This one is pounded, but it's headed right.
Bunker?
Yep.
He hit it hard. Like you say, there is a tiny little lip there that he's going to have to deal with.
Well, let's take a look at a little idiosyncrasy of Lee Westwood. I want you to watch, Johnny, and you pointed this out yesterday. Right around impact, look at the left arm and the left elbow. That is a very unusual position. You don't see it very often from very good players. Usually the left arm, Johnny, much straighter and against the body more.
You're right. Andy Bean was one of the great ball strikers I ever played with, and he was very similar to that. Hit unbelievable long iron shots. Andy Bean did.
And I guess that's why he likes to fade the ball. It makes it harder to draw it, obviously, when the left arm is moving away like that.
It is true.
But the green Garrigus.
Now there's some nerves right there. hit the drive he did. He hits it way over 300 yards. Just got a little flip to the green and makes a 5.
And we go to 5 a moment ago. Davis Love. Second out of the bunker.
Oh.
And a beauty, nearly backed it in.
What a shot.
The 2.
And Frederick Jakobsen on the tee.
Gotta love this follow through, folks.
Well, he is the anti-Rory McIlroy, isn't he? I mean, there is a lot of hard work going on here.
Fire in his eyes, though.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, that's a little bit unlucky. If that ball just moves a few inches, it runs right down to the hole. Let's take a look at the trajectory of the shot using the Pro Tracer technology. Nice draw into that left hole location. And now Robert Garrigus. 6 iron, 204 uphill.
Looks like he's aiming for a draw. He's aiming the right side of the green.
That sounded like it might have just hit a little bit. Is it going to turn?
Thank you.
Not bad.
Not bad.
I'll take that.
This was a moment ago over 13. Padraig Harrington.
Big sweeper to the right. Watch this at the end. That was nice.
Well, earlier made the comments that you heard him say that Rory McIlroy could be the next Tiger Woods.
He even said he'd break Jack Nicklaus's records. That's pushing it a little bit. But you never know.
And it's easy, Johnny, to get ahead of ourselves. I mean, Tiger Woods has 14 major championships, more than 70 wins. And this guy, like you said, has only won once over here and once over there, and trying to win his first. Let's just take it one step at a time.
That's right. Eat an elephant one bite at a time.
Big day for Rory. Huge day in golf. The sport trying to figure out who the next dominating figure is going to be. And at the moment, it sure looks like it's the mop top from Northern Ireland.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3:20 starting time. Please welcome from Korea, Y.E. Yang.
Second time in the final group in the final round of a major championship. He went head-to-head with Tiger Woods back in that 2009 PGA Championship, which he won and took down Tiger for the first time. When Tiger at least had a share of the lead heading into the final round. Much, much different feel and circumstances to this final round. It begins the day 8 back. Never was able to get anything going yesterday. We'll see what Y.E. Yang has in store today.
Drove the ball great yesterday. Hit a lot of good drives.
This one peeling a little bit left to right, going up the right side.
Right where a lot of divots are, but in good shape and not in the divot.
From Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
So after the incredible play, for all the records, it really does boil down to this day, this moment to start it. Final round, trying to finish it off.
Absolutely.
Starts up the right, drawing back. This should be very good.
That's a confidence builder right there, right in the heart of the fairway, and very long with a 3-wood. And he will be the youngest, divot hole. He'll be the youngest winner since Bobby Jones in 1923 if he were to win this Open, which I really believe, of course, if he gets breaks like that, it's not that bad.
On the edge.
Sort of hung on the edge of it, not too bad. And he hits the ball so flush. It's one of the great things. He's got good hand-eye coordination. Seems to flush every shot.
This was a moment ago. Lee Westwood at the first in the group ahead of McIlroy. Needs to get off to a good start. What does he do?
Oh, that ball mark of his slowed it down about 5 feet. So that was a good break right there.
So the birdie attempt for Westwood. He knows he's got to get out of the gates. So far, so good. Trying to keep the momentum alive that led to the 65 yesterday.
Yeah, it's just what the doctor ordered for him. A little pressure on McIlroy.
Up to 2.
Frederick Jacobsen, chance for a birdie. This guy has putted the lights out, Johnny. Second in the field in total putts through 3 rounds. That's why. Averaging 27 per round on these greens.
I definitely would have him on my Ryder Cup team if I was captain over there, the way he putts.
Ahead at 3.
Sergio now with this left for his par. Pars at 1 and 2 and 3. Now the tournament within a tournament, everybody playing for second place, at least as it looks right now.
And over at the second, Lee Westwood on the tee. And that's with a 5-iron. Doesn't drill the ball very much, Johnny. It's not his favorite shot. So no surprise to see it a little right of the hole, but that's in a good position.
Well, he's on a hot streak. 8 under par the last 13 holes. He's the hottest player in the field at the moment.
Let's take a look at the trajectory here. Virtually dead straight.
It's his idea of a hook. It hooked about an inch.
It is. And we'll go back to the first.
See, just barely any breeze of anything very congressional today. Good scoring conditions. And you get the feeling that if you're going to win this championship, and whether it will be McIlroy, he's going to have to shoot a good score. Just with the possibilities of low scores out there around him, and they're already off to the Rory chance. In the history of major championship play, only 3 players have had larger leads after 54 holes. Tiger a couple of times, and Henry Cotton back in the 1934 British Open. And you look at what he's done in the last 6 majors. He has slept on a major championship lead 6 nights in the last 7 major rounds.
Amazing. A lot of pressure he's put on himself, and maybe that has prepared him. But I'll tell you, I'm going to be watching him like a hawk to see how he handles pressure. I feel like I could teach Chokeology 101 at Harvard. So we'll see what happens here.
You might be the one to teach it. I think I would take your class.
Thank you. But watch out. So far so good. Perfect tee shot for Rory.
Okay, Y.E. Yang, Roger Malpe with this group.
Thank you, Dan. 141 left of the hole for Y.E. Great angle from this right-hand side. Hold deep left. Barely a breath of wind right now.
Nice tempo, Roger.
Rhythm. It's a pretty good looking shot.
Just a half foot short. Not a hard putt, but not where he wanted it on this hole. I mean, like I said, these hole locations, a lot of them, Roger, have 2 ways to knock it close. You can knock it close by landing near the flag, or you can knock it close by getting past the flag and using the back slope.
Yeah, this is from 117, perfect lie, right on the edge of a divot. It was like it was teed up. This will really spin, I think.
It would be much more of a solid start to McIlroy.
Didn't bother him a bit. He doesn't miss hit many shots, Roger. Everything's really flush.
To the second.
And the awkward second for Jason Day. Oh, that was well done. Had to play almost 90 degrees to the hole. And on the downslope. A man who's coming off consecutive top 10 finishes in majors. Back at the PGA last fall, and of course the Masters, where he tied for second.
Over on the third, this Matt Kuchar for his bogey. Power lip.
What was that?
I don't know, but that is a very untimely double bogey, as if there is ever a good time to make double bogey. Let's go back to 2.
And Lee Westwood looking for a birdie start. You see there 8 under par in his last 13 holes. Pretty impressive.
That'd be impressive at Quad Cities.
Gary, I've always thought that Lee Westwood with a putter was a lot like Fred Couples. He has a much freer stroke from a distance like this than he does 5 feet. He's actually pretty good from this distance.
Let's see if he can play enough break mark. Virtually everybody has left it underneath the hole. That's a good putt.
what you're saying is nobody's making that putt.
No, that's what we're saying.
But it's not a hole you think of a 2.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's as I mentioned, through 3 rounds was actually a little bit harder stroke average-wise than the 10th hole, which is surprising. A lot of bogeys. 10th hole more double bogeys. And up at 17, look at this. Retief Goosen, who is 5 under par for the day. This is a birdie putt off the top level. Virtually no way to stop that, Johnny. That's just straight downhill.
That's crazy, you know. You can't see it on TV, but I'm not sure that was the greatest way to putt it, but maybe just hit it too hard, huh, Gary?
Yeah, very well could be. It was at ahead at 2. Ahead at 2, Westwood made his par.
So Yang for birdie to show McIlroy something right away.
Up the hill, a putt to be aggressive with. I don't see a lot of break in this putt.
Well, so McIlroy from the get-go will have a chance to take the lead to 9.
I was talking to Dave Stockton on the 18th green earlier, a couple hours ago, and he was saying that let him put this putt in first. And Dave Stockton was saying he was helping him more than a couple things. One thing is, it's okay to play fast, but try to slow down a little bit the way you walk and your thinking, and you know, you'll notice that Rory's got his left hand up higher. That's a Stockton-ism. And then also he's making that left wrist and hand go. Watch the follow through. How he holds it really dead. There is no give there. I mean, that's incredible to have the nerves to be able to keep that the back of that left hand just dead locked and right at the target. And when you do that, the ball just goes right at the hole. So I mean, that was on the 72nd. I mean, you know, his final round, first hole out of the blocks, to play that hole that perfectly, killed a 3-wood, perfect iron underneath the hole, and hearted the putt. That's Tiger stuff.
That's answering a lot of questions. There's 17 more holes left, but it couldn't be a better start. To 9, and McDowell for his birdie. Back over to 17.
See if Goosen can make this lengthy one now for the 2-putt par to remain at 1 under for the championship. So you get the ball out of position on the 17th, you're going to struggle to make a par as we go to the 10th.
Russell Henley's tee shot a moment ago with a 5-iron. Henley coming through a rough stretch. He bogeyed the 8th and bogeyed the 9th. Those are normally birdie holes.
Yeah, they are. Watch this funnel. Watch the funnel.
Henley trying to make up for it. We went on to make that for a birdie, so he's back to +1, and we go back to the second.
You're drawing it, huh? Yeah.
McIlroy will be first to play.
Gary, I'd be surprised if he really goes right at it here. He doesn't need to on the borderline holes. He could just keep this 15, 20 feet right, I would think, with option to hook.
Well, it almost looks like they missed the green with the whole location here from the player's perspective.
See where his eyes are looking. He's looking out right.
This is a 6-iron. I would think it'd be a hard hook. Hanging right.
Well, it's going to catch a slope. It's a long way from the hole, but uphill from there. So
has not 3-putted in the championship, so doesn't have to be fearful of that.
Another look at the trajectory. Trying to play a big draw. You can see he was aiming right, Johnny. He was saying, I want to keep playing aggressively to my targets. And obviously, his target here was well right of the hole.
Boy, that club is stable through impact, Gary. I mean, just the hand action is just textbook.
All right, Y.E. Yang next. And Raji has a bag full of these little hybrids, doesn't he?
He does. And he uses them very effectively. was hit much, much higher and on an aggressive line just left of the hole.
That could catch the slope and come back. Oh, a bit unlucky. Well, Rory McIlroy has started exactly the way he wanted. Birdie at the first. We'll be back. Welcome back to our final round coverage of the 111th United States Open Championship. Second hole, Rory McIlroy left with a lengthy putt for a birdie too, and as we use our pinpoint animation, you can see uphill the elevation changed some 14 inches and quite a bit of turn from players right to left. Raj, this has been one of the impressive things to me. I mean, there have been a lot of impressive things this week, but his touch on the greens, especially when he does have a longer putt, been very good.
Yeah, it's been all about control. His distance control with the irons, his control with the driver, getting the ball in play off the tee, and his control of speed on the greens. It's been fabulous, all of it. That's got to go.
First one of those this week.
Up at 10.
This was a moment ago. Steve Stricker for birdie, trying to keep his roll going.
It's very fast. You just almost have to stop it right there, and then down it goes, and looking pretty good.
Going to stay high enough. Yes, and Stricker with his 5th birdie in the first 10 holes. He's birdied half of them.
That's a heck of a putt right there.
A heck of a run. Boy, if Stricker and Westwood could have taken those high first rounds away off their card, they'd have a lot less of a hill to climb today.
Yeah, so they'd only be about 7 shots back.
Less. Over at the 4th, Garcia. And he starts off with 4 straight pars. Over to Westwood at 3.
Beautiful look at this hole location, Mark.
139 yards only.
There's the moisture in the greens that we've experienced all week here at Congressional. That ball normally in a U.S. Open would have jumped up and might have gone in. Still a great shot. Let's go back to 2.
This was just a moment ago. Y.E. Yang with a chance to get to 7 under par. Speedy putt. Down the hill, looking for it to go a little right. Just would not do it. And now live, McIlroy for the par. Raji made a big one on the 17th green yesterday for a 2-putt.
And this a similar kind of length putt. That's about 6 feet. Got a little movement to the left.
Not a single 3-putt throughout the championship. And ho-hum.
That's when you think he might crack a little.
Now, it's so rare, Dan, to me when you see a player with every aspect of his game near the absolute best at what they can do. We're seeing it now with him.
He says he wasn't ready to win at Augusta. He says he's ready now. Got all sorts of advice, all sorts of letters and emails of congratulations on the way he handled that final round 80 at Augusta, including words of encouragement from Greg Norman, who lost the biggest major championship lead ever, 6 shots, 96 Masters.
Well, Dan, let's take a look at this putting stroke. And as Johnny has talked about, and Dave Stockton has worked on it with him, you can watch the left hand especially. As the club goes back, there's a little bit of a forward press to get it started. And then the wrist break. And then as the putter moves through, Johnny, I know there's the position right there. Look at that. Look how solid that left wrist is.
That's as good as I've ever seen, ever. Tiger thinks you should have a slight release, which he hardly does, but that right there is, to me, the best looking stroke I've ever seen.
As you said, John, I don't think there's ever been a player keep his left wrist that solid through the hitting
zone.
Rory now with his tee shot. Roger What's he looking at here? A little draw?
Yeah, sets up perfectly for him.
All right.
I lost it, John. I cannot tell you where that ball
Just
came
right
from.
rough. It might be okay. He had trouble there yesterday and had to pitch out, but I think this one might be all right. Peter.
Let's take a look at the third hole. 466 yards. The tee has been moved back and to the left to create this slight dog leg to the left. Bunkers are out there about 250 to 300 yards. Second shot uphill. Yesterday, Roger, looks good today.
It is. Tell. It
It's
got
perfect.
Back. Okay.
Yep. Special thanks to the newly redesigned MetLife blimp, Snoopy One, for providing today's aerial coverage. That's one good-looking blimp, if you've ever seen blimps before, providing an equally good-looking view of the U.S. Open Championship here at Congressional Country Club. And up at the green on 3, Mark, what's Lee got here? Something makeable.
It is definitely makeable, Peter. It's probably one of the slower putts he'll face today, but there is not a whole lot of break to it. He can be aggressive with it.
It's been documented how closely Westwood has come to a major championship. 2 runner-ups last year. In fact, 5 top 3 finishes in majors, all coming in the last 4 years.
Let's go to 4.
Frederick Jakobsen trying to get that putter heated up again. Is to join Westwood and Yang in that tie for second at 6 under. And over to 3.
Jason Day now for his par.
He's been working a little too hard, Peter. Still making pars, but they are stressful pars right now.
At least they're pars. In the U.S. Open, those are normally okay, but look at that. Rory McIlroy with a 9-shot lead. Let's go up to 13.
And Dustin Johnson for birdie.
Uphill putt. Not much break. Should make this.
Dustin Johnson turned 27 years old on Wednesday. He was mentioned as one of those next great 20-something players, certainly from this country. Well, he's a ways back. 22-year-old McIlroy, 9 better. Again, no one had reached 13 under, no one had reached 14 under, and now McIlroy the first to reach 15 under in a U.S. Open. Over at the 5th for Sergio Garcia, Dottie.
132 yards left after laying up with an iron off the tee. Take the bunker out of play. He's got to keep his ball in the air. 122. Made all pars here this week.
He's made all pars today so far.
That is correct. And this is just a pretty stock pitching wedge.
I'd rather see you. I mean, this is.
He can hit his irons a mile on a dotty.
He can. He was miles with his short irons especially. Really compresses the golf ball. Got that late release.
Hey, he lofts the club at impact with a lot of, forward lean on the top of the club.
Pardon? This was my first time.
You saw Sergio wishing well Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, I'll just feed it in there.
Before McIlroy teed off. Sergio, a special assistant to Colin Montgomery at the Ryder Cup last year, as McIlroy was on that team.
Dan, he told me going up the 3rd hole, he said, I hope we get to witness history today. And I don't think he was talking about his own monumental comeback. to a 9-iron, trying to take a little off it.
It's another example, Dottie, of the universal respect shown to Rory McIlroy.
Without a doubt,
There's just not anybody that doesn't like him, not anybody that respects him. He's so humble, has so much talent.
Well, the Europeans do pull for their own big time, and you know, they know this is quite a feather in their tour's cap to claim him their own.
Roger, looks like he's got a fairly good, decent lie.
He's drawn a great like he did yesterday at 11, Peter. I mean, really a very good lie, and traditionally in an area where just off the fairway in a U.S. Open you might not have a lot, but this is really a very good lie. 138. Yang hit it on the green, has a lengthy birdie putt.
I think he's going to just take this left of the flag.
Well, that's what he's trying to do. This is toward the center of the green.
At this point, Roger, he doesn't need to do it here yet. He can wait till the 18th green for that. So Rory McIlroy out with a 9-shot lead early in the final round of the U.S. Open.
Really inspired. Raymond kind of gave him a pep talk, and we are happy to report that Maria is cancer-free. She's been battling cancer, but a few weeks ago after surgery, we have heard from Raymond that they are ecstatic about the results. So are we. All the best to the Floyd family and Maria.
Rory now for birdie. Y.E. Yang has already missed his birdie putt. But that's well judged by McIlroy. Wouldn't he like to have a lot of these today for par? Yeah. No stress. A stressless final round of the U.S. Open is what we're all looking for. Let's go up to 4.
Lee Westwood from the edge of the fairway, Mark.
Seems a little indecisive about the club. Was over the ball and backed away just at the last second. He's got 126 to the hole. Should be just a nice smooth wedge up the hill. Wow. Not a very good shot there.
Got mud in the eye and short right.
Let's go, Lee.
Over to the 5th, where Garcia has already missed his birdie attempt. Matt Kuchar trying to move it to 3 under.
This is where you got to start making birdies. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. All those holes playing under par.
Kuchar with his first birdie of the day. Had the double bogey at the 3rd. He's back to 3 under and over at the 4th from the pretty thick rough. Jason Day, Mark.
Yeah, he's still struggling, Dan. This is not a very good lie. 121. He is a strong kid, though. On this one.
A lot of arm speed on that shot.
This was a moment ago at one of those holes you got to think birdie at. Heath Slocum. Move it to 4 under. Back-to-back birdies for Slocum. Again, you've got the relatively short par 3 7th, the short par 4 8th, and then the par 5 9th, all in succession to in the front 9. Back out to Rory. Roger.
That tee moved well forward here on the 4th today for 21. A little different landing angle here with the whole dog legs left to right. Just up the right side.
Oh.
And just sneaks out in the fairway. It's perfect now.
Well, he's happy now. You can see he was a little nervous.
Downhill shot, this 421-yard par 4 today, which can stretch out to 470, 20 feet down.
Sets up real nice for his power cut or straight shot. Doesn't have to watch too many.
No worries.
So not a lot of roll with the rains we've had, even though they haven't been watering the course at all.
Can they catch Rory McIlroy? At the moment, it doesn't seem likely. You never know, but the lead is 9.
Dan shouldn't be too much to this one. A little bit slow up the hill, but again, leaving himself some work.
So 31 consecutive holes without a bogey for Jason Day. And while we were in commercial, this was Lee Westwood's third at the same hole.
Went way back in the stance, just a little bump and run. Good touch. Very nice.
So both Westwood and Day make pars. And now live back out on the fairway for Y.E. Yang second.
128 left of the hole. Great angles from his right side. Both Rory and Y.E. was backed off the shot. There's a little applause as the other players were walking off the green. Decided to start over.
Championship when he took down Tiger at that 09 PGA. Appearance in the U.S. Open, he missed the cut. He's only
Shamrock sort of signed right at
two previous times, including last year at Pebble Beach. Rory McIlroy also missed the cut last year in the U.S. Open at Pebble Beach.
That's from 122, Dan.
I would imagine this might be 6 or 8 feet right of the hole if he hits it where he's aiming.
Well, it's just right of the hole, drawing toward it. This should spin back out.
What a beauty. In fact, McIlroy was at home after missing the cut in Northern Ireland when he watched Graham McDowell survive it and become the first since Tony Jacklin in Europe to win the U.S. Open at 7. Stenson for birdie. And Stenson moves it to 4 under. And back at 11.
Steve Stricker with this 8-foot putt for a par. Drove it in the left rough, unable to reach the green in 2, but a lot of ways to make pars. Steve Stricker remains at 5 under. Putter is it right now. Yes, it is. As we know, it can get for Steve Stricker. Back at the 4th.
We're cheering Rory on as he comes up after another beautiful shot. We know his father Jerry is here. His mother Rose, or I like to call her Rosie, is back in Hollywood, Northern Ireland. Watching, we understand, with her sister. She gets a little too nervous to come to the major championships. As we noted earlier, both Jerry and Rose, Rory's parents, he's an only child, were not there at the Masters when he had a tough Sunday. But Jerry's here, and Mom is watching back in Northern Ireland.
Well, this performance is amazing. That's all I can say. Rory.
Over to 10. Peter Hansen, who's 3 under at his opening 9.
Going with the 5-iron. His right front hole location. A little ball there. Look at that one. Wow, this could go coming and going. Very nice. Very nice. That's a great shot. That's a very nice hole location. That's where half the balls were going yesterday with a different hole location. They were all go down that little hole there. So I thought there might be a hole in one before the day was over.
Ed Kuchar's second shot, 238 yards at the par 5 6th. Oh, beauty.
Better than yesterday.
Yeah, knocked it in the water there yesterday. We've already had one eagle recorded today, that by Robert Rock. So we're back to the 4th.
Y.E. Yang circling around his birdie attempt, Roger.
And this a downhiller here. Got to be careful with the speed on this one. There's a little bit of a ridge that he comes across, and then it starts to run away from him about 8 feet in front. Oh, a little more pronounced than it does at the start. So got to be careful with speed.
Start pouring them in if there's 1 in 1,000 chance of catching Rory.
So Yang's going to open up with 4 straight pars. That's not going to get it done when you're doing the day trailing by 8, trailing by 9 right now, and could trail by 10 after a potential birdie here for Rory. Talk Talking about his parents. His dad is always very positive, supports him, likes to stay in the background. His mother is the tough one, I understand. Rory was a pretty cocky young guy.
A little like Tiger's mother, huh?
Sometimes he needed to be talked to. This performance continues with another birdie at the fourth to push it to 16 under. 10 shots ahead.
The members of Congressional are just shaking in their boots. Members of all the clubs that hold U.S. Opens have a lot of pride in what players will shoot, hoping that a par score might be good enough.
Well, that's what he wanted to do. That was his strategy. You know, you get the big lead, make it 5, make it 7, make it 10. That's what it is right now. First 6 rounds for Rory in U.S. Open championships. You can see what he did. We talked about how he missed the cut last year. What about this week? Plus 12 for the first 6 rounds to 16 under this week. He is going where no one has gone before in this championship.
Well, I like that he's taking advantage of the short irons that are not scary. He's going to make birdie on those holes, and then the other holes like the long par 3, just basically up the hill on number 2, just putting it out to the right and getting a par there and taking the bogey out of the equation.
For 13, Schwartzel even well out to the left for birdie. The man that stole the show in the jacket from Rory and others at Augusta. Over to 5 Westwood, Mark.
Well, he's on the right-hand side, so not a very good angle. 150 yards.
Definite birdie opportunity, though, if he hits a good one.
Got this one turning back toward the hole from the left-hand side. Should be pretty good.
Keep it right here for Jason Day, who's in the bunker.
He is working hard.
Well, and for these two, Johnny, you don't need to look at the scoreboard to know what's going on behind because they're so close to Rory. You can just hear what's going on back there.
Jason's going to feel like he needs a vacation. Maybe after this, his wife Ellie had a 6 a.m. flight to Cabo tomorrow. Going to take a little time out, vacation.
He hasn't hit a fairway, hit a knee bend for this shot.
This will need to go.
What a strange stance he took there. I mean, I'm not sure why you want to get that squatty in the bunker. Draw is the shot right here. Probably, as you can see, with an iron. He can blow it right over those bunkers and over the hill for a little wedge. But he'll just hit it right where the top of that arrow was on our graphic. So, Roger, where are you?
I'm just up ahead of the tee on the right, John. And, I like this play. Take it right in the bunkers, take a little longer shot in. You could challenge it, but it's a blind shot if you're going to go rocking it across the corner. And who knows what you might get at that point, but that certainly is an option.
This round surely in stark contrast to the Sunday at Augusta, that's for sure.
Well, Roger, you coined the phrase with Tiger Woods on the. Oops.
That takes a hard kick left into that bunker.
That's not a
Close
good
to the
spot.
left, even though.
But you covered Tiger and all his great performances. This has got to be right up there with the Tiger performance. Right?
It's getting a little goosebumpy with every shot and ensuing birdie. It's pretty impressive. I mean, here's a young man that's absolutely playing as good a golf as can be played right now.
Just so you know, folks, that shot that Rory just hit is the shot that Lee Westwood says he has a tendency when he gets off to hit those pull hooks. And he did it, of course, remember the Masters when he made triple at 10 on the back 9. He hit a hook there, and he hit several other hooks. He hit a hook at Rays Creek on 13, Little Rays Creek. And so I'm not saying he's going to hit any more of those, but that's the shot that Westwood said can get him.
Rory shooting 43 in the back 9 at the Masters. I mentioned a different start this day as we watch Wai Yang tee off.
This ball feeling a little left to right, going up to the right side a bit.
Rory really melted down in the back nine, but he didn't get off to a great start either on that Sunday at Augusta. He bogeyed 2 of the first 5 holes. Much different today, 2 under for the first 4, but in the bunker at 5, up ahead at 6.
See if Kuchar can make a 3 here at the par 5. Not a lot of break. Oh, did he hit it? Don't believe it. Eagle putt short. Nice tap in birdie though. Back-to-back birdies for Kuchar. He's at 4 under par. Back at 5.
And the 3rd for Day, opening up that face again.
His little cut across shot there.
That was got confidence.
That was a delicate shot there. That was a heck of a shot.
He lit off earlier too. So that's going to save Day's par. He's going to remain at 5 under. And up to 10. Hansen for his birdie.
Just right edger, no problem.
And Peter Hansen has it going. 69 yesterday, and his birdie for the first 10 today. Moving up the board. And over at the 5th, Westwood for birdie, remarking about how he was talking about McIlroy's misses. Westwood, it's a little bit of an accepted kind of gamesmanship they play over in Europe. Westwood asked, "Are you going to give any Rory advice?" I'm saying, "No, I'm not going to give him advice. I think I'd want to give a guy advice I want to beat." He kind of played that up in the post-round press conference yesterday.
That putt right there, he hit it right at the end of his putter, on the toe of the putter. That's why it came up to the came up short.
He kept talking about how, well, Rory has to finish this off. We all know what happened at Augusta.
Sure.
At the 10th,
they like it.
Kevin Chappell trying to keep his good streak alive here. He's got,
that might go in,
3 birdies in the last 4 holes, and this one coming back down. So many players, including Chappell, have gotten it together after a shaky first round. Chappell shot 76 and has really been one of the best players the last 3 days.
Kuchar now on the tee at 7, Dottie, after coming back from that disastrous double at 3, back to even.
Yeah, birdie at 5, birdie at 6. This is a 6 iron. Easiest green to hit on the golf course for the first 3 days.
This is Matt's 29th straight cut this year, streak on the PGA Tour. That's pretty stout. Very consistent player. Let's go back to 5.
We believe Y.E. Yang is away, Roger.
He is. Dan, he has 128 left to the hole from the extreme right-hand portion of the fairway. Hole cut all the way on the right-hand side, about midway back. What kind of shot you want to take in just a little left of the hole. It's certainly a shot to be aggressive with here, the way the greens are holding, John.
Absolutely. You need to make, when you get to right now 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 all playing under par, you have got to make some birdies right in that an hour and a half time frame, because the back 9 is much tougher. Back 9 playing nearly 2 shots to par tougher than the front 9 this week.
That's just left of the hole. A little deep. Should spin some.
Well, take us over to Rory's shot there, Roger.
Well, he's up near the lip of this bunker. Not that the lip itself is an issue. There is a mound immediately in front of the bunker between him and the hole, but he does have to get the ball up rather quickly. Should be doable from this distance, only 114.
Just got to hit it cleanly.
Got to hit it cleanly, yes. And not hit it fat.
Bugs out today with this humidity, but see how he's dug his feet in there, folks. That left foot really down in there deeply.
Okay, take your time.
We got to start all over again.
Stuck in there a little bit. This is going left, and that'll be a long birdie attempt.
Yeah, stop that shove awful quickly, and it makes you pull the ball if you don't keep it going. He hit down on it, got the ball first. That was good. Look at how much sand came out of that. That's some power. Look at that lead. See how the handle's all the way over the top of the ball? That is really what you want in your irons. He led the handle all the way an inch past the ball before he even released his hands. That guarantees you wherever the handle leads to, that's where your divot will be. So that guaranteed him that he wasn't going to hit behind it. The average guy does not lead deep enough, and then you flip the club head and you hit behind it, or you hit it thinly.
Rory McIlroy would love to take that similar hug that his good friend and fellow countryman Graham McDowell did with his dad Ken last year on the 18th at Pebble Beach. Just no better feeling than that. Dad's here.
There was pressure on that shot, folks. If he would have hit that a little bit heavily, you had a good chance of burying in that bunker short of the green and would have brought a possible double bogey into the equation. So that was, even though it was a long ways from the hole, if I was caddying for him, Roger, I'd have been very pleased.
Yeah, first hurdle cleared. This putt now, though, is another story. He's got to have probably a little better than 60 feet. And the first half slightly uphill, and then it crosses a ridge that separates the left and right side of this green, and then it'll start to run away from him.
Still no 3 putts for the entire championship.
2 putts from here would be good.
Hit it?
It looks like it's got to get going a little bit. This is going to come up short.
Yeah, way short.
So
Way
that
short.
streak on a line again.
Yeah, it's twice he's done that. Did it on number 2, and now he's done it again here.
We go to 9 for Davis Love's birdie. Birdie 7 and 8. All the rest par, so out 2 under, and starting back with a birdie at the 9th. Davis Love with a birdie at the 9th to get to 4 under, and he's into a tie for 8th. Over to 6.
Frederick Jakobsen with his 3rd shot here at the par 5. The rough, forced to lay up. Here's a beauty. Freddie Yacht with a chance to get to 6 under par. Go back to 5.
Y.E. Yang.
This will swing to his left some. Not enough speed for that line.
It's really 2 days in a row he hasn't made too much, huh, Roger?
No, he really didn't yesterday at all, John.
After the first 2 days when he led the field in putting.
7.
Matt Kuchar now for his 3rd birdie in a row. Down the hill, breaking to the left. Dottie pretty quick. Left that short, right in the jaws.
It's 2 in a row.
Let's go back to 5.
And this for par for McIlroy.
This from just inside 9 feet. I think it would want to move just a little bit to his left.
Just 2 holes as he dropped a shot. Double bogey at 18, bogey at 10.
See all
There's
the
a couple
kids.
of good viewing spots,
Kids love
courtesy of
to-
Dad.
Yeah, see if he can make it.
Again, McIlroy showing us something.
That's an impressive start with the putter. It really is. That's 4 putts now he's made.
And that's just closing the door on any bad negative feelings and thoughts that can get into your round to send it unraveling. But once again, McIlroy shuts the door on that. Just about as impressive as what he's been doing is just any negativity that may begin to creep into his game, he takes care of it. Remains at 16 under. Crowd certainly appreciating what Rory McIlroy is pulling off this week. Another par saver at the 5th. How unbelievable it would be from that tiny area, Northern Ireland, to produce 2 U.S. Open winners in successive years after that long European drought. Would be amazing.
It is amazing.
Over at the 6th.
Lee Westwood with his 2nd shot, 231 yards in the group in front.
Chunky.
Yeah, that was. Jakobsen was able to make his birdie. That you cannot afford to do.
None of the leaders are making a charge, Gary.
Now Jason Day and Mark finally playing from the fairway.
Yeah, and then we see the uncharacteristic mistake right ahead of him by Westwood. That was a terrible shot Westwood hit. Jason will start this one about 20 feet left of the hole.
Can he play a cut?
He can. He's aiming for it right here.
Slide.
A little bit of a double cross. Kind of a straight flight.
Well, should get a little kick though. There's a ridge right there. That's okay. Very makeable from there. Mentioned Jason Day coming here off 2 consecutive top 10 finishes in majors. He's only 23 years of age. Said he first met Rory McIlroy when they were playing in a professional event down in Australia a few years ago.
You know, starting on 6, Gary, from 6 to 18, you better be able to cut the ball if you want to play way under par, because there's tons of cut shots starting right on this par 5 on the approach shot.
Rory has said he's very comfortable drawing the ball off the tee, and Roger, that plays very nicely here at the 6th. Cut of rough to settle down just a little bit. Just a moment ago, Lee Westwood, playing his 4th, decided to drop the ball in the intermediate cut of rough so it would release a little bit when it hit the green. Very well thought out and well executed. So a chance to save par. We move ahead to 7.
Where we find Freddie Jacobsen on the tee with a 6-iron. 6 under. He likes it. Oh, yes. Beautiful shot there. Go back to 6.
See if Jason Day can pick up 2 shots here at the par 5. But the moves ever so slightly to the right. Effort. So Day will move it to 6 under. We go to 8.
Garcia for birdie.
Well, that was after a terrific wedge from 122, but can't finish it off.
So Garcia starts the final round with 8 straight pars.
That stroke was just the opposite of Rory's, in that when it came down, he stopped the handle and the hands kicked and pulled it left, which most people do.
To 6.
See if Westwood can make a good par. Oh, that was not a good stroke either. That always a little left, right off the blade.
How about this hole making a 6?
Easiest hole on the course throughout this championship. Iron in your hand from 231 yards. That hurts.
7 final edge. Give you 1 downhill and give you. So 70 off of that number is 163.
With his caddy Michael Bestor as to what they're going to do, and we'll take a look at the 6th. Par 5 of 555 yards. It played as a long par 4 in both the 64 and 97 U.S. Opens. USGA deciding this year to make it a par 5. A little risk-reward element to it. Drive out there some 300 yards or so. You should have a chance to reach the green in 2. If you don't, you lay up into this area right here. And of course, as we just saw with Lee Westwood, if you go for the green in 2, the water is in play. Yang laying up, Raj.
Yeah, no chance to reach the green from the rough here. Had 250 left of the hole and just forced to get it to position. He's done just that. And McIlroy really faces the same thing. Ball sitting down deep in this in the primary rough, and just going to wedge it down the fairway.
Yeah, he's only 4 under on the par 5s this week, Roger and Gary, which is, you know.
Well, he's really ripping up par 4s, which is what's so incredible. Those are usually the most difficult holes in the U.S. Open Championship.
Yes, sir.
Up at 7.
And just a moment ago, Freddie Jacobsen for his birdie to break out of that log jam at 6 under. He never hit it, never got it on line. Now back on the tee mark, Jason Day getting ready to play.
Calls for sort of a rainbow shot here, Peter. A nice, high, soft one over the ridge.
And you just can't miss this green left. Oh, we got a break.
There you go. Okay.
You've got to air to the right. That ball's going to hit and come back. The left of the screen is certain bogey. The Westwood now with a 6-iron mark.
Yeah, you better hit this one a little more solid than the one he hit on that last hole.
I was just going to say. Good look there with the players are looking up the hill. You can see the flagstick. It's 27 feet uphill, about a half a club. There's no wind whatsoever out there, Mark, is there?
No, maybe 2 or 3 miles an hour every once in a while in a gust.
You can see that horse collar around the back of the green to the left, and in the back, if you put it up on that bank there, there's just no getting it up and down.
Just left the hole.
Good shot coming back. Well played. Maybe he'll get that back. Let's go back to 6.
And watch Y.E. Yang play his 3rd shot to the par 5.
104 left here. Just a sand iron. Perfect lie. He's kept the flight of the ball down low. And Skip should spin.
And beautiful distance control there.
Only made 2 birdies the last 25 holes, Gary. That's not going to do it.
Well, the putter's been the big difference, hasn't it, Johnny? He was making everything the first 2 rounds.
Yes, he was.
It's now 102. This needs to go. This needs to go.
That was interesting.
First miss-hit shot of the championship that I remember.
Well, that was good, and you could tell by the sound, Johnny, that it was fat.
You thought it was in the water.
Yeah, I mean, there's the ball mark. You can see it about a foot over the water.
But it's your week. It's your week.
Yeah, that's a huge break there. I mean, not that he's going to lose, but yeah, you don't want to even make the first bogey when you got a big lead.
He's just been able to stave off everything so
Watch
far.
this.
Oh, yeah. You can clearly see there, hit behind the ball.
You hit that fat, you don't usually clear the water, and you pull it off.
You can breathe a sigh of relief, that's for sure. It was interesting. Danny was saying that, you know, when he led at Augusta going into that final round, he didn't really know what to do, whether to be aggressive or play defensively with that large lead. But said, you know, he felt like he had a much better game plan this go round.
Yep.
Certainly has proven to be the case early in this final round of this U.S. Open.
Talking to his agent Chubby Chandler this morning, Gary referred to it earlier, getting all sorts of congratulatory remarks going his way for the way he handled that loss at Augusta, including Jack Nicklaus, who has kind of taken Rory under his wing.
Yeah, they've had lunch together several times, haven't they, in the West Palm Beach area?
Yep, and Jack's offered a lot of nice little tidbits Rory's way, and that's what Chubby was telling me, that he's taken all of these things and just incorporated them, sprinkled them into his routine, and it's just been amazing, Chubby says, to watch him, the maturity of it and the organization of it all, and just to turn it into his own blueprint of how to win major championships.
Good combination of Jack Nicklaus and Dave Stockton, who was a real clutch player.
Good, great example.
We'll go running out of this hole with a par in a minute.
And be very happy. Ahead at 7.
Where Jason Day has this putt for a birdie to get to 7 under.
The leaders that are close, Peter, just aren't making a charge.
Just not moving up the leaderboard to 8.
Just the close would be in hyphens or something.
Yeah. Second for Jakobsen over at the 8th.
Yeah, that's a good one. This is the easiest par 4 in the last decade in the U.S. Open. This is a hole that you just want 3.85 scoring average, and of course 6 is a good par 5, I think, Gary. I mean, it's a fun hole.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a wonderful risk-reward par 5. All right, Rod, see if Yang can get one in.
Yeah, if he doesn't make this, I think it'd be very deflating. He just hasn't got anything going with this club.
Okay. So Y.E. Yang to 7 under par. McIlroy with the par. And they're just 9 ahead. Take the short walk over to the par-3-7. And we'll go there as well.
Where Lee Westwood has this, trying to get back that bogey he made on 6. This to pull to within 10. Seems kind of silly to say. A lot of players misreading this. It looks like it's going to go left, but it stays out on the right. Disappointing, John. As you said, nobody's really doing anything.
Not much.
Well, we began our coverage of this final round just about 3 hours ago, and when we did, it was our intent to begin the coverage of this U.S. Open Championship with a feature that captured the patriotism of our national championship being held in our nation's capital for the 3rd time. Regrettably, a portion of the Pledge of Allegiance that was in that feature was edited out. It was not done to upset anyone, and we'd like to apologize to those of you who were offended by it. So McIlroy, lead trimmed to 9 here.
Trimmed to 9, Dan. Well,
as nice as you can be to the rest of the folks not named Rory McIlroy, right, Jake?
Yeah, it's interesting. Hey, Roger, let me ask you a question. Playing with this big a lead, we saw Rory chunk that wedge on 6. Is he getting a little complacent? Does he? Is his mind starting to wander, you think?
I don't think so. I haven't gotten that sense from him at all. I will say this, though. Sometimes when you hit one of those weird shots like chunking a wedge, if it had gone in the water, then your knees shake, you know, and you have that little, what was that? Where did that come from? And then doubts and things creep into your mind, but I think he got away with it, and I think he's fine.
Yeah, it's kind of uncharted territory when you're a good player and you're playing with the lead, but 10 or 11, it's hard to wrap your head around.
You just got to keep it out of your mind and just keep playing golf. This is now 5-iron.
That Yang uses a lot of hybrids in his bag. That's a 5-iron hybrid.
Good shot, White.
Position perfectly just right on the backstop. Rory now, Roger, what's he got?
7-iron. A little different tool.
Most of the players have been hitting 6s and maybe a few 5s. Haven't seen many 7s, but this kid is long.
I think he's playing to draw, Peter.
Well, that is the shot shape for this whole location. And he is shaping it right to left. It's staying right of the hole toward the center of the green. Good shot.
Beautiful shot. He is on cruise control, Roger. Talk a lot about this young man and his talent. A lot of talent popping up from all over the world. We have a lot of talent in the USA, too. Seems like the trend has been all about Europe. To 9.
third at the par 5 for Garcia from the first cut, Dottie.
Now drove the ball well left, laid up to this point 147. Oh, hole back in that trough.
Good lead.
Garcia looking to finally break out of that par streak. Little birdie up there, get to 5 under. We go to 8. Jakobsen looking to move to 7 under. And Tai Yang for second as Fredrik Jakobsen has birdied that short par 4 every single round. And Rory continuing to hear the roars.
It's been a different United States Open, hasn't it, Dan? You look at the top 6 guys, not one American. McIlroy, Jakobsen, Yang, Jason Day, Westwood, Hansen. I mean, that is really unusual. Last time an American failed to finish in the top 5 of the U.S. Open, 1909, when it was a bunch of British guys.
John, I think it's important to note that Rory, he slept on that lead at the Masters, woke up and he had the disastrous 80 on Sunday, but he's had the lead here all week. So he's kind of grown into this. He's gotten comfortable this week with this lead in a major.
And you know, Jake, this is why this is going to exercise that round right out of everybody's mind, because if he had won a major when he'd kind of, you know, as you say, Johnny, kind of came from the woodwork and came out of the pack and kind of came back and won it, but you know, didn't blow it like, you know, the perception was and was at the final round at Augusta, then it's still kind of hanging around. But this is just putting your foot on the accelerator from the time you showed up on the grounds.
It's exciting to think about what lays ahead for this young man. Let's go ahead to 8.
And Jason Day operating again from off the fairway.
It was a short tee shot along with being crooked, so uphill line from the rough, not a very good line. 120 yards though.
Still managed to play 1 under golf, missing quite a few fairways.
Yeah, he's, I think, impersonating Phil Mickelson this night.
There's been so much talk about Ricky Fowler, but I really think other than McIlroy amongst the youngest players, I think he may have the best potential day.
Back on 7 now. Roger, just a little downhill, not much in this putt. Should maybe go a little left, you think?
I think creep a little left as it loses speed, yeah.
A lot of birdies here today, 19 so far, about a third of the field.
Just to further the discussion on the lack of American winners in major championships, just 3 in the last 10, Mickelson being the last to do it, but there's been 4 straight international players who have picked up major wins. And that ties the longest streak in the modern era. So if McIlroy is able to hang on here, that would be 5 straight, and that would be the longest streak of non-American winners in major championships in the modern era. Johnny, is this a trend, or is this the way of the world for years to come now?
Well, when you look at the guy in the blue, it might be a trend. It's no more than a trend. I mean, it's going to be probably it is a trend, I guess is what you're really saying. Sorry. And there's an awful lot of good guys like Schwartzel. I mean, he is pure, and from South Africa. And it seems like there's just a bunch of good guys that could win. A guy like Ian Poulter could win from, you know, Great Britain, and you know, there's just a lot of good players. We have a lot of good young players in the U.S. too, but so far they're not blossoming to the major point of winning major titles.
Well, it's not going to hurt him. Another one of those short tap-in pars.
Just another comment on the bounce back from Augusta, Peter. The last player to lose a final round lead in a major and come back to win the next major was Tom Lehman. But again, didn't nearly have the dramatic punch that McIlroy's collapse did in the back 9 at the Masters. But here is Schwartzel, the Masters winner at 16.
Yeah, and he's playing his 3rd shot. And Johnny, you were talking about his play. Well, if he makes that little one, he'll go 5 under par for his round today.
And over on 14 now, one of those great young players, Louis Oosthuizen. Beautiful shot there. I think this young man has got a beautiful golf swing. I don't know why he doesn't do better, or I should say play more consistent golf. To 8.
Birdie hole again moved up. 346 yards is all it is.
You hit it in the fairway, it's a great chance for a birdie. I do feel like I'm watching a European Tour event in the morning on the Golf Channel. With this leaderboard. Okay, this is an important tee shot, really. If he can, you know, get another birdie and somehow were to keep going crazy and get to 20 under, I think the late Pete Dye might roll over in his grave.
An iron here, John.
I mean, Joe Dye, I'm sorry to say.
A little more conservative than he has been, but this is right in the heart.
Well, you can be a little conservative.
Yes, he can, and he's taking advantage of that.
Well, you got a 9-shot lead. Rory McIlroy on cruise control at the Open. Historical U.S. Open run continues at the 8th.
This from 112, and this is carrying past the hole. Want this to spin.
Shot off that bank, and he'll come back. Very safe shot.
He missed his birdie on the group ahead. Settled for par. This was the hole that obviously McIlroy reached the double digits under par for the first time when he rolled back that Eagle 2. Second round on Friday. Yang.
Left rough from 99 yards. Get up. Get up.
As hard as he could.
And it won't make it.
Yang must feel a lot like Ernie Els did back in 2000 at the U.S. Open at Pebble Beach, playing with Tiger. Els did just along for the ride, watching unbelievable stuff. To 9, Garcia's birdie.
Good stroke.
Yep.
That was a nice cutting stroke there with that strange right-hand grip. Or a saw grip.
Par streak is over for Garcia. Finally picks up his first birdie, moves to 5 under. To Schwartzel at 16.
See if he can move to 4 under. Ooh. Yeah. So an opportunity wasted there. We'll go up to the 18th.
Thanks, Gary. Johnny, yesterday you said that the Saturday round was a huge key because it kind of got the good mojo going before we get to the final round. Well, he's continued that. This front 9 looks like it is setting the way for a coronation down in the back 9.
Yeah, I mean, he could probably shoot 44 and still win, but the bottom line is he got away with that little fat shot at 6, and he's just played solid golf. Rory has. He's made 4 nice putts on the front 9, and you know, continues to be the #1 in greens hit, and you know, the course doesn't have a lot of teeth. It really doesn't. Besides hole number possibly 10, if you mishit it, in 11. You know, he's in a great shape. And I don't think, another note about this U.S. Open, I don't think the U.S. Open in many years I've seen it has ever had the greens as soft as this for 4 straight days. Sometimes you'll get the greens soft from a rain spell, but
we got the state-of-the-art sub-air, but it has had rain almost every day, depending on. There's been some real downpours.
Good example. That bunker shot normally you couldn't get inside of 12 feet because it would hit, check, and then roll. And guys are not paying the penalty for hitting it in the rough.
At the 9th, 3rd at the par 5 for Jakobsen. But races on for 2nd here.
I don't want to take anything away from this Open because, you know, a great player's winning it with a magnificent performance. So you surely can't fault the guys that are on the top of the leaderboard. They're all guns.
You're right. I mean, it wouldn't be nearly as out of hand as it looks when one guy is at 16 under, the next best 9 back at 7 under. You'd have quite a shootout, and you'd have a little bit more of a normal looking open board, although 7 under is pretty deep too.
I mean, in the old days they'd say this is Americanized conditions and Americans should prevail because it's long and soft, and yet that's not the case.
To get to 17 under.
You know, right now every par And every hole that is consumed with, finished out with another par, it's just less chance that you cannot blow this lead. So he's doing just fine.
Another number to keep an eye on as Rory finishes out this 9 and down the rest of the way. Lowest winning score to par in any major is 19 under, turned in by Tiger Woods in that 2000 British Open at St. Andrews. At the 10th, Garcia.
Dangerous hole, especially if you don't hit the ball flush, but most guys are not going to close here. They love this whole location. Maybe it's just watch this ball. It'll come right down for a 3-footer or so. Maybe a few more feet than that, but great shot.
Garcia will have that for 2 in a row to get to 6 under, back to 8. Aim for his par.
Didn't really start hitting golf balls till he was 19 on a driving range. So I mean, this is a super late start for a player. He actually wanted to be, a bodybuilder like Arnold Schwarzenegger with all the muscles. He loved that look, he said.
Here's another hole where Rory McIlroy could get even further into double-digit under par land.
This is a big hole today. Back tee, 636, playing full yardage, so probably a 3-shotter. Even if he could possibly get there with the 3-wood. Things rolling pretty good, but I would think he would lay it up with a wedge or 9-iron and just wedge it on. Let's take a look at this swing. Look at that setup. Look at how braced that right leg is. Look at the right knee and right thigh and the extension here. And watch the coil on that shirt right now and how far back that comes. Look at that right knee and right thigh still absorbing all that power that's built in now. And then look at the sort of squat turn, and that turns the hip out. Delay the hand action, whack right there at the bottom. Extension right there, full follow through right up against the nape of the neck. Watch this, just like an Adonis follow through. Look at that. That is too good to talk about.
And what you called the best swing in golf today.
Man, that looks good.
Woo. Up at the green.
Keep it up, Rory.
Frederick Jakobsen for birdie. He's continuing to chase down that second spot. He wants to get there by himself. Currently tied with Yang at 7 under. And back to 10 for Garcia. Looking for a little run here, Donnie.
He is, and he's hit it well enough to get a run going today, but hasn't gotten much cooperation from the putter. And believe it or not, he is going to be the first to putt here. Matt Kuchar hit a 5-iron inside Sergio. Pretty impressive stuff. Seems like all the putts he's missed today have been the ones that go to the left.
As Garcia eyes another birdie here, this has quickly become the easiest weekend ever at a U.S. Open Championship. 26 subpar rounds yesterday. That was a 3rd round record. 30 players are under par today right now. The final round record is 18, so they're just blowing that away.
It's going to go a little left. It's irritating, Gotti, when you knock it in there stiff and you come away with a 3, and the guy you're playing with hits it over in the bunker, chunks it out 20 feet, and makes a par and ties you.
17.
Charles Schwartzel, second shot. Whole location today, Johnny. We talked about it front right, so much easier than yesterday when it was in the back right. And look at this.
I'll say that's
utilizing a slope. It may go in. Oh. Schwartzel will reach 5 under par for the day with that tap in.
What a good player.
Kevin Chappell a moment ago for birdie.
That's a long putt, and it looks good.
And he's got 2 in a row. 3 in the first 4 holes. 6 in all in a stretch here in the middle, easier portion of the course. Going in all over the place, and Kuchar. Garcia didn't make it, but Kuchar does.
Never seen so many guys smiling in the U.S. Open.
It's a little unusual, isn't it? There's a guy that's done a lot of smiling the last couple of years. And over to the 9th for Yang's second.
Layup here, Dan. 3:42 left of the hole, so this one of his seemingly sack full of hybrids, try to get it in play up here.
Sense any frustration from Yang, Roger?
No, not really. I mean, he just kind of plods along, and you don't see a lot of mood swings or changes. And you know, you can tell he's trying to get the ball in the fairway, he's trying to get it on the green, and hope he makes some putts.
You know, he's only played 3 US Opens, Roger, and he never made the cut before, so this is like, wow.
For more than 2 decades, MetLife has provided the aerial coverage of events like this. U.S. Open Championship. Another special thanks to folks at MetLife and the newly redesigned Snoopy 1. Back down to the course at the 9th. Looks like Rory's going to lay up as well, Raj.
Yeah, he's got 303 to the hole, 276 or so to the front edge. So it's just a little bit out of reach. So this will lay up, and this looks like it should be fine.
Pretty aggressive layup there. And, no problem. Very nice.
2 under on the front line. The 8-shot lead is 9. U.S. Open Championship from Congressional. This was Lee Westwood for birdie at the 9th while we were away. Westwood started off his round with a birdie, but after that, until now, has not had a single birdie. So back to 6 under, and now McIlroy's third. Roger.
This is Sam Baird from 110, and we're in the green with the birdie putt.
That wasn't chunked.
No, that's a good-looking shot just left of the hole.
A funny hop to the left. Distance. And leaves himself just a little left to righter. Good chance he'll make.
So Yang and McIlroy lined up for birdie putts. Rory McIlroy first came to the United States. He was just a kid at 9 years old or so, and that's when his mom and his dad knew he was going to be something special. He went to a junior tournament at Doral, the Doral Public Junior, and he won by a bunch, and that's when his father, who's a pretty good player in his own right, in fact was once a scratch player, that's the moment that he said we knew we had something special. Jerry had been really high on getting his kid into the game of golf. Heard Jimmy's report earlier about sleeping with a correct grip while he was taking a nap. It was Jerry who got him into hitting plastic golf balls on the floor back home. And he said when he took him to the practice tee, he didn't want to leave. There was many days when he would be crying he didn't want to leave his dad. So
that's nice.
On this Father's Day, it's just another example of a son who just wants to play this game, so passionate about it. At the 10th, Jakobsen. A moment ago.
Hey, Wayne. Come on, Wayne. Come on. Win. Sit.
Well, that'll be a fun putt.
Jakobsen has played some really impressive golf the last 3 days, and now live for the birdie. Again, another one of those players who wishes he could erase that first round score, 74 for Jakobsen.
Pretty quick once it turns left. He's got to keep the ball out to the right. Sort of some different converging breaks he's got to deal with. Sort of it goes left to right and then right to left.
We've been talking about all these international players dominating the scene, golf, major championships. Still no Swedish man has won a major. Of course, Annika Sorenstam won 10 women's majors, but Sweden's still looking for its first major champion.
See how well he does. He's a putting genius. Doesn't have the prettiest swing in the world, but he can putt. There's the right part of it. Now comes the downhill left portion of it, and it doesn't stop for a while once he goes past that hole. Yeah, go ahead.
Jesper Parnevik has come close a couple of times in a couple of British Opens with runner-ups. So has Nicholas Fast, also in a British Open. Over at 9, Yang for birdie. Roger.
Just inside 15 feet, a little bit uphill, level out just in front of the cup, turn maybe a shade to the right.
Yes.
To 8 under. solo second.
I mean, under at the U.S. Open, it's like, man, I am there, Raj.
Except for one guy.
Ever
This is
think-
very much the same putt. There's a little bit of a low area left of the hole here, Johnny, and that's why Rory's ball kind of came off of that a little bit to the left. So most of it, again, uphill, levels off about 2 feet in front of the hole.
Well, that putt had to help him. You see it curl
yeah.
right in there.
Absolutely.
Watch that left wrist. It's just rock solid.
Not hit firmly enough.
Well, it wasn't like it was a guarantee he was going to make that by any means. It had some left to right in it, but a darn good front nine, I'll tell you that.
Hey, Raj, when you watched the 12 under posted by Tiger back in 2000 U.S. Open, did you ever think that would be eclipsed?
I can't say as I thought it would. That was about as good as I thought anybody could ever play golf, but this bordering that.
Yep, Jacobsen off the mark over at 10. And that is going to be his first bogey of the day, falling back to 6 under. So Yang picks up 1 on his playing competitor Rory McIlroy. Lead is 8 at the turn. You bet it's a much different story than the front 9 at Augusta. Rory McIlroy has the look, the swagger of a major champion. You just look at the people that are still here. And I know it's a U.S. Open, but there's a guy with a 8-shot lead. It is amazing the amount of people who are around this clubhouse and around the 18th.
I mean, just thousands of people all around to the right. You can't see, and to the left, you can't see.
And they're obviously not here because they think it's going to be a shootout on the back 9 at the U.S. Open. They want to be here to see a coronation of one of the greatest performances the sport has ever seen.
Yeah,
it reminds me a little bit of Tiger back in 2000 at Pebble Beach, and then
look at that bird.
Yep, that pretty much sums it up. Birdie's a congressional right there.
Well, it is amazing the amount of people, and they're knowing something real special is happening, and they'll tell their kids about it and grandkids someday,
and they'll say if there ends up to be a lot more majors. I was there for Rory's first one, and it was pretty good stuff.
You can see nobody's going home, folks. I don't know how many thousand people. There's got to be 15, 20,000 people right here in this little area.
McIlroy is more than a couple of hours from
their way. They're hanging out of the clubhouse. It's great.
211.
Matt Kuchar playing his 3rd shot here at the par 4.
Tee shot just left Gary and had a horrible lie. Actually did well to get it to here. Got to get it on the upper level.
Yeah, a little cut on a little shelf in the back right portion of the green. He barely gets it up there, but lengthy putt for a par.
Definitely the toughest hole in the back 9 with that whole location.
Yeah, no doubt, only 2 birdies so far all day.
Over on 14 now, Davis Love with that rhythmic practice swing that he makes with his 2nd shot. 3 under for the championship. Now 5 back of 2nd place, which is what everybody's playing for. Watch this ball should come back. A lot of hole locations today in bowls. We've seen a lot of that out here today.
Well, that's why you got so many guys under par.
Well, I was wondering if you were going to see the golf course set up easy for players to catch Rory, or if it was going to be set up hard for him to make mistakes. I think we know the reason now, that it's playing pretty easy.
And over at 11, Garcia with his 3rd out of the bunker. Carry it up onto the upper level and get it to stop. Another good bunker shot.
Mentioned Rory coming over to the States for the first time and winning at a young age that junior event at Doral down in Miami. And there's the shot. You saw a quick glimpse of it in the piece that Jimmy Roberts did earlier. Sign of great things to come. Westwood for birdie coming down to the 10th.
Okay, that's good. That's great touch. Great touch.
packed in on all sides.
Jason Day hit a beautiful high floating baby fade right to this hole location. Now has a really good spot, Johnny. This is a good place to be putting from.
Mark, is this the most people in one area you've ever seen on a golf course?
Standing up on that 10th tee, I was talking to Tom O'Toole of the USGA. It's just an incredible sight down here. You know, that's the thing about people. They love witnessing greatness, and they came out here today hoping they were going to do it, and they are.
Moves it to 7 under, Soto third.
Hit a lot of poor shots through 10 holes, but he's hung it together and taking advantage of the good ones.
Up at 11.
Garcia for the par. He's unable to make it. Matt Kuchar was unable to convert his par putt, so the most difficult hole on the course claims a couple of bogeys there. As we go to 13.
And Stenson to stay at 1 under. Swedes who would like to become the first male to win a major title. Just getting his game back after a horrific slump.
That was quite the putt.
Slipped to 132 in the world, Stenson has. Back up to the final pair, just below that gigantic clubhouse which looms over the tee at 10.
This is no gimme, folks. I mean, obviously if McIlroy's going to win, he doesn't have to do a lot of fancy stuff, but he doesn't want to hit 2 balls in the water here. If he were to do something like that, who knows what might happen.
It's a 3 hybrid here for Yang.
Got to hit it flush. Got to pick the right club.
That's a solid strike. It's just left of the hole.
Yeah, that could be real good. That's
going to come back.
That might go in the hole right there. That's going right down the fall line. Will it reach the hole? I don't think so, but that could have gone in. What a nice shot. It's not that easy, Roger. These guys are making it look easy.
This Pro Tracer from the opposite way, incoming.
That's a different one. Haven't seen that before. That's nice. Like I said, you got to hit this flush, Roger. There's no guarantee, you know, when you're a little nervous. This is the last real nervous hole for him.
So this is a 6-iron. The strike seemed good.
Look at him.
Oh, this is a good-looking shot too. If the distance is right.
Right over the stick. Is it going to come back?
Here it comes.
It's got a little momentum. It's got a little momentum to it. Look at this. Look at this. How good are you?
If that had gone in, everybody might have just gone home.
That's right. What a shot. Look at everybody just smiling and enjoying it. I mean, it's really something to see.
You are seeing a potential superstar in the making. Security surrounding Rory as he comes down the hill to the 10th green. You know, after his press conference yesterday, and this is a town that certainly knows all about security. You should have seen Rory. I mean, his fame and stardom has taken a whole new level of what he's been doing here. We happened to be at the press conference and watch his getaway. They whisked him off into an SUV courtesy car. And the plan was simple. They took him right to the back of the Congressional Clubhouse, and it was just all in one motion, kind of like a swing. The kitchen doors of the clubhouse of Congressional, of the kitchen, ripped open, and he went with 3 security guards, and that's the last anybody saw of him. And he, of course, disappeared to a dinner spot with his good friend Lee Westwood and his agent Chevy Chandler. But this is what it's going to be like for Rory McIlroy, and that was what Tiger Woods was able to deal with so well, was that extra level of superstardom that comes along with doing things like this. So far, he's been incredible, but it's going to take on really another new level.
I think he'll do it in a much kinder, gentler way than Tiger. I'm not criticizing Tiger. Tiger did it more in a Ben Hogan way, in that he sort of tried to do it.
And that's an example of what I'm talking about. Photographers on their bellies along the shore of the water.
You know, that was a pressure shot. He knew if this was the hole that he could wash a couple balls in the lake. And to hit that shot that he hit shows me a lot, because that was a dangerous shot.
And this gives this incredible amphitheater setting a little something to hang on to as he plays the final 9, as he's going to come circling back down 18, which is just across the water in a couple hours or so.
And there's a lot of appreciative fans enjoying that shot. Been an amazing amount of great shots hit, though. I mean, you can talk about the conditions being easy or whatever. And of course, it's for 2.
17 under.
No, but we have seen an amazing amount of great shots this Open.
Might be a Rory wave here. Did you see that circling around Congressional right now?
Just could do it, but I mean, it's just amazing.
Little activity over at the 18th green. And so Yang to match him.
Roger, how'd you get through all those crowds? Where are you?
I'm just over here left of the green, John. It wasn't easy getting through there, I'll tell you. It's unbelievable how many people are still here. I don't know how much that last shot might have to do with them staying, though. That was something else. From the tee, I thought it was going in.
I mean, Yang knocks his putt in, and he's 3 under through 10, you know, and not gaining it one little stroke. This is not the easiest putt in the world, by the way. It's only about 3 or 4 feet, but it's really quick. You got to just touch it. Yep. Pretty sweet. 2 2s on 10.
17 under par. And he's got 8 holes left. Give the fans here a little taste. Look at a little early.
Watch the knees.
Taste.
See the knees there? He says, that is pure.
And when it started picking up speed here.
I mean, this was looking pretty good. But a wiggle to the left before it went right.
Bar highlights. That would have been an incredible ace at the 10. Still really, really good.
Look at that. You love that one.
No major meltdown going on right now. He would be the 80th different U.S. Open champion. Cheryl Schwartzel for par at 18. Interesting story concerning McIlroy and Schwartzel. They shared a flight to Malaysia for the Malaysian Open. That was right after Schwartzel shoots a 66. That was right after Rory let it slip away. They were on a plane and was trying on the green jacket. Rory said, "Nah, I don't want to try that on yet. We want to do the real deal." Over to 11.
And Lee Westwood ready with his second perfect tee shot, Mark.
It's still a big second, though, Gary. 212 back up to that hole.
Rough location. Good for his shot, though.
Yeah, he likes to work the ball left to right.
This one's working the other way, though.
Yeah, it's been a popular spot. You can see all the sand that's on the left side of the green there. Players have bailed in that direction away from the pond.
Jason Day, Gary, is over here in the left rough, but I think it actually might be an advantage. It's a very good lie, and he knows this ball will scoot forward out of here. It is dangerous, of course, with the creek on the right, but it really shouldn't be that hard a shot.
Hit the hole. Let him up. Come on. Let him up. Let him up.
Find the left green side bunker as well.
That would have been pretty good then.
Can't help but think of that big 7-shot comeback. Arnold Palmer let it get away at the Olympic Club.
Yeah, Billy Casper shot that great final 9 and caught Arnie and then beat him in the playoffs the next day. And you can guarantee the greens are going to be rock hard there because it does not rain in California in June.
there you have it. We just got to deal with the fog. That's all.
It's no problem.
Yang's tee ball on the way. Going left. Looking for a bounce.
Oh, it's getting it. Oh, stays just off the edge.
It's the easiest fairway on the course to hit, Roger.
Yeah, and then it's the toughest green to hit, Johnny.
It's a funny combination, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Players hit the fairway more than 72% of the time, but hit the green just over 30% of the time.
Show you what a creek and a lake will do for you, huh? Okay, Roger?
Yeah, no problems.
It's actually perfect right side of the fairway, which gives you the flat lie. So,
Roger, you want to head in, or are you okay?
I think I might want to watch this for a while.
Yep, it's gotten a little repetitive. McIlroy has just been an absolute machine. But this is worth sticking around to watch. Unbelievable stuff.
Westwood has this putt for his par 4. So unable to get it up and down out of the bunker. We'll move ahead to 12.
Where we find Sergio Garcia, long and left, 4 under par. Bump and run this up the hill. Ooh, how about that? That gets Sergio to 5 under. And just 4 back of the second flight leader, Y.E. Yang. 211.
And Jason Day has a chance to save his par mark.
Well, that would be a good up and down, Gary, but he was hoping to get a little look at Lee Westwood's putt. It really wasn't much of an effort at all.
You see here, Jason Day has gone 37 consecutive holes without a bogey. He was saying in yesterday's round he was very sharp on the front nine, and then kind of got a little scratchy on the back, and it was a short game that really held it together. And seems to kind of been the case again today.
No doubt about it. Really hasn't driven the ball very well at all.
Another good par. They will remain at 7 under and for the moment alone in 3rd place. And we'll go up to 18.
And this is the 3rd for Russell Henley. Talking about how impressive these amateurs have been here all week. He was the man that tied for the low amateur Pebble last year, finishing tied for 16th, and this is a great way to end things.
I mean, that was crazy good. I mean, that's like an impossible shot. They were just laughing like, I mean, he couldn't do that again with 10 balls.
There's a look at the amateur leaderboard. Cantley's behind him at +1, Henley at +4, trying to stay at +4. Back at 11.
Y.E. Yang with his second.
It's from 230, ball below his feet. Good lie, just off the edge of the fairway here. Oh, this ball peeling right, though. This is going to be wet.
Well, that's the problem at 11. If you play left off the tee, you're left with a very severe side hill lie, which certainly brings that water into play.
Yes, and that's probably going to a little opening for McIlroy. Not that he needs one, but
and he has a dead level lie. 203s on top of a little hill. It's as flat as it can be here. Almost impossible to get a level lie on this fairway.
Don't sit in your bottle, okay?
20 feet left of the hole with a baby cut, Roger.
That would be perfect. 20 feet left of the hole with no cut would be just fine. Well, this is left of the hole. And that's fine.
Very smart shot. We go to 18.
And Henley capping off a great week. Recent grad of University of Georgia. We're on a nationwide tour this year, and he has just enjoyed every second of his championship. Actually became the second amateur to win a nationwide tour event.
And Yang will be playing his 4th shot after taking the drop for the ball in the hazard.
Pitch and run up over this rear terrace, up over that bridge. Nicely done.
So he will drop a shot. We go ahead to 16. Peter Hansen has this for an eagle 3 at the par 5. Down the hill. Looks good, looks good. Peter Hansen to 6 under par for the day. Moves up into a tie for 3rd with Jason Day, 4-time winner on the European Tour, 33-year-old from Sweden.
And at 13, Sergio Garcia. Pretty nice flowing stroke there. Wow. Garcia's got back-to-back birdies, move up to 6 under. Back to 11.
And McIlroy with the lengthy putt for birdie.
There's 2 up across the ridge, and it'll swing pretty good to his right.
Up the slope and back down as it gets over the hill. That's a little better pace.
He thought he had it.
Well, why wouldn't you, Raj?
Why wouldn't you want one more?
There you go. Everything else seems to be going in.
Couldn't script it much better. Gary, no bogey so far.
No, and made the hardest hole on the course look pretty easy, didn't he? Just like everything else he's doing.
3 birdies, no bogeys. That's no Augusta.
Henley doesn't want to leave. It's like a basketball game where they throw souvenirs in the stands.
Boy, he has really enjoyed it.
That's called soaking it in.
Back at 11, Yang for the bogey 5. So limits the damage. Just drops 1 shot, remains in 2nd. As they will walk back up the hill to the tee at the 4-12. And we'll go up to that green.
Where Freddie Yock has his putt for birdie up the slope, pin on a little plateau. The whole location is in a pretty tough little spot. A lot of balls over this green where we saw Sergio chip in from. Gets to a point about right there and just comes to a dead stop. Freddie Yock, my man. Let's go up to 18.
Steve Stricker 2nd.
That's costly there.
17.
Well, Johnny, here's what happens if you don't get the ball in one of those little bowled areas. Zach Johnson with a birdie putt. Look at this. That'll catch the slope.
Pretty good touch there, huh?
Yeah, it's about as good as you can do, and it's going to race well by the hole. I think we'd have seen a lot more of that if the greens had been firm.
And out on the 14th tee, Gary Dottie, Sergio with a 3-wood, looks like.
It is a 3-wood. A little more room to the left than the players can really see from the tee box. Well, that's a low burner. Up the right side, just a baby cut. It should be just fine.
And they've moved the tee up on 14 a bit today. Yesterday it was way back.
Do I get something for you in this photo?
And back on 12 now just a moment ago. Freddie Yock for his par.
Oh, you know, I noticed the first putt, he gave it a little ginch, Peter.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw it, but I don't know if he's starting to get nervous or what, but then he did it again.
Well, it's been a tale of 2 stories with him. He either is going hot or he's going cold. so far in this championship.
But I've never seen him make that stroke before.
Well, Irishmen to have won major championships, I should say. Graham McDowell, of course, last year. Padraig Harrington putting that nice string of 3 together with a couple of British Opens and then the PGA. Fred Daly, the other Irishman, to join the circle there. And Rory, of course, trying to join as well. Interesting. Tiger's missed only 3 majors as a professional. As you see, Jakobsen missed for bogey.
I think something's going on with his internal engine, so to speak.
Well, we've all been there. When you miss a short one and then you miss another short one, that hole literally seems to go away. It closes down to almost thimble size.
I mean, it was a straight uphill putt that he 4-putted if he makes this.
Well, golf's a hard game, Johnny. Sometimes it's easy. We're watching Rory McIlroy make it look easy, but sometimes it gets hard.
What I'm saying is I'm not sure what's going on with him.
Well, so that is a disappointment. Look at that. Good for you, Freddie. It's a tough game.
At 18, Oosthuizen for par. British Open champion running it in. 4 on the round for him at 67.
There's a lot of good international players. You look at that leaderboard, the top 6 guys: McIlroy, Yang, Hansen, Day, Garcia, Westwood. You know, just a bunch of European and world players.
At 17, Zach Johnson for the 2-putt par. But, unfortunately for Zach, it's been a tough day. He's +1, 2 over par for the round. We go back to 12.
For Jason Day, he's driven it perfectly. Mark, what's he got left?
He's got only 152, and he is in much better shape than Lee Westwood, who drove it in the left rough and then hit it over the green, which is something you do not want to do.
He's got an interesting little pre-shot routine there. He almost cocks his hip forward, keeping his right heel on the ground, obviously trying to get his body turning through the ball better. Got a beautiful swing though, doesn't he?
He really does. This one has started just right of the hole and turning right back at it now.
Just hit that little ridge. Now it's going to fall back to about 30 feet. That's a hard hole location today. Just 6 birdies.
Well, this was Henrik Stenson, not happy with his shot at 15, breaks the shaft and ends up paying the price, cut his hand. And Fanny Sunnison had to go to the first aid kit to patch him up.
I wonder how bad the cut is. I mean, if you're going to slam your club, you got to know how to do it.
There's an art to it, right?
Yeah, you do one-handed.
Yeah. Tee at 12.
Where Rory has teed it up. Look like he's got driver, Raj.
Yeah, he does. And another hole that, you know, it sets up well for him. Sets up well for his eye. He likes to move right to left. This was really the kind of hole that should please him. You know, I think he just takes it down the right side at the bunker and turns it off of that, I think, is the shot shape.
Yeah, Roger, the tees move back some 50 yards. Normally, most of the holes here at Congressional come out of a chute, and you can see what the players are hitting through. Back here on this back tee, it gives you a little bit more of a perspective here where you can kind of tee it up and let it go.
Turn over.
He wants it to turn over. He started it down the right side.
Wow, I can't tell what that did. Let's go to 15.
So this is the next shot for the taped up Henrik Stenson.
And sometimes when you get mad, you do embarrassing things. And of course, he falls in that category, doesn't he?
Uh-huh. Remember at the Players Championship when he came off with the trousers and hit a shot in his underwear. Actually, that was Doral, excuse me. But so he's been in other embarrassing situations as well. Over to 12.
Yang now with his tee shot.
Yeah, good one. Shot.
It's a good drive there. Beauty.
I couldn't tell where McIlroy's ball ended up. Looked like it might have caught that fairway bunker on the right to 17.
And the young amateur Patrick Cantlay just a moment ago playing his second. In a good position to claim the low amateur title in this U.S. Open, and he's going to bring it back off this slope, so a chance to get to even par for the championship. So a very impressive performance. Not quite as impressive as the performance by Rory McIlroy. 17 under par, 9-shot lead, U.S. Open.
Come on, Rory, keep going.
I don't know if there's been a U.S. Open champion who has enjoyed his reign as much as Graham McDowell, and who has really kind of come into the consciousness of us all, really gotten to know him, really appreciated the kind of person he is, accessibility that he has provided everyone during this reign. Not easy to be a first-time major champion and then deal with everything that comes with it, and it appears it's going to be the case for his fellow countryman Rory McDowell.
Y.E. Yang now with his second.
That's from 175, Peter. I would think a good solid 7-iron down the hill here.
Jason Day in the group ahead, 2-putted for his part. And we've seen a lot of that.
Tough to get at that flag, huh?
Yeah, that ball hits just short and pulls right back down that hill. The greens as soft as they are, it's just tough to get it to bounce up. So what's Rory got, Roger?
He's got a good lie. Stance, ball's a little bit above his feet, and also it's a little bit of a downhill lie, but 160 left of the hole.
Big 8-iron, Roger.
This one's going to come up short and right. I think he got this one a little heavy. I would think 8-iron, John, but caught it fat.
Well, it's a better lie than in the fairway there. I think he got a little bit of grass under the ball, and might be his first bogey of the final round of the Open.
Graham McDowell for birdie now at 18. He said he was going to use this championship as the real official kind of page flipper into the next chapter of his career. He's learned a lot from the rain, and he says it's all been good, but it's time to move on. It's time to set new goals and see if he can't get another major piece of hardware.
That's right, a little.
But you can bet he'll be celebrating with his good friend McIlroy. He'll be hanging around to join the celebration.
Pretty good plan, 2 under.
Over to 17.
This was a moment ago. Peter Hansen had this putt for a bogey. Second shot found the front greenside bunker on the left and chunked it from there into the rough, but get it up and down to only drop a shot as we go to 13.
And Jason Day on the tee.
Man, a good hole location for Jason.
With an 8.
He doesn't like it though.
Jason Day shooting for a second straight runner-up finish in a major championship, just to continue his great start to his major championship play. 17.
See if Cantlay can make his first birdie of the day. And he does. So the 19-year-old to even par for the championship. Said he's just trying to use this experience to learn and to figure out how to get better.
It might be the best score by an amateur in the Open for a long time. Even par, level par for the championship.
Back at 13.
Westwood. By the way, it wasn't a good sign when Westwood's horse, which he co-owns with his agent Chubby Chandler, lost a race earlier this morning that they hustled over to watch. The horse's name was Whoop Whoop, and it didn't get the job done today. Over at the 12.
Kind of a low runner. Beautiful shot. About an 8-footer left for his part. Got a few shots to play with. Probably not too worried about it. Kind of had that same expression the whole week, hasn't he, John?
Well, I remember Tiger. Remember the last round at Pebble, Tiger's goal was to not make one bogey. And I'm sure Rory's heard that story, and so far he's got to make this putt. But, you know, I think maybe that was one of his goals.
Kind of a slow putt here for Yang up this hill, Raj.
Yeah, up across the ridge here, the first part of it fairly steeply uphill. Then it levels out.
Ran out of gas and took a little turn to the right, peeked in and said, I don't think so. Rory McIlroy is the only one that's going to make a lot of putts this week. So another frustrating par for Rodney Yang. He maintains a hold on the second flight. One ahead.
I don't think he is that frustrated. I think he never made the cut here before. Roger, you got to think he's thinking this is pretty fun.
Yeah, he's having a nice tournament, nice championship. McIlroy now on the way to the green took a long look at his scoreboard short left of this green, so he knows exactly how he stands, that he's 9 strokes ahead.
Well, there's that one bogey, John. But at this point, I don't think it means a thing.
He didn't take a lot of time there, Roger.
No.
And Peter, he just sort of, as soon as that putt of Yang's went up there, he hit it.
Well, he hasn't changed his tempo at all, really. He's played very quickly all week. And he has not hunkered down or taken more time any time that I've noticed.
So McIlroy with a slip at 12.
He didn't like that bogey at all.
Not at all.
I remember Tiger making that putt. It was on his 70th hole, Roger, and he was so proud that he made that putt on 16 at Pebble in the year 2000 to keep the no bogey string alive. That's what he talked about.
When you're that far out ahead, that is what Rory McIlroy has talked about. You set goals, you set standards, and you just can't get caught up into the fact that you're leading by so much. Jason Day over at 13.
Huge break here. That's not where you want to leave it.
Curler there.
Over to 17.
Kevin Chappell with a putt for a birdie, unlikely birdie, up and over a big knob in the green, then back down to the hole. And right now, Johnny, at 6 under par. Kevin Chappell, a rookie on the PGA Tour, playing in his first U.S. Open, is the low American.
Yeah, it's really a nice story for him. 24 years old out of Fresno, California. Got a bunch of friends that live in Fresno, and a great town, great golfing town.
Back at 13.
Lee Westwood.
And this is where Westwood started his run yesterday of 5 under for 4 holes, and he could use it right now. I would think, Johnny, he's very disappointed with his play thus far, just to be even. The golf course playing the way it is.
I agree.
He, along with Yang, were the hopefuls, the long shot hopefuls of getting McIlroy the greatest round. Yang, of course, closest to him, and then Westwood with all of his skills and major championship experience, even though he still hasn't won. But it has been that kind of day for him.
And back at 17, see if Chappell get this one in. Good 2-putt. 5 under par in the final round. Some impressive play, and he's got a big smile on his face.
Got a good future. He's got that long torso from his belt to his head. Got a lot of torque he could build in his swing with that.
Back at 13.
Day for par to remain at 7 under. He does not have a single bogey on his card.
Well, I wouldn't think he would have another one here either, Dan, because if he hits it firm, I think he can make it. But if he misses it hitting it firm, he would have a longer putt coming back for sure.
Day has worked his way up under the short list of next great young players, and again, he's not from the United States.
No, and it's interesting. He's got a great story himself, Dan. A little bit of a troubled youth. Got things turned around, you know, in his middle teens, and was really headed in the wrong direction and totally changed it.
He's a great kid, just 23 years old. His one victory coming at the Byron Nelson last year, becoming the youngest winner to win a PGA Tour sanctioned event when he won the Nationwide Tour back in 07 at 19 years or so. Back on the tee, we've got Y.E. Yang.
And he has 7-iron out here.
It's one colorful grip right there. You almost think that'd be distracting. You're playing with Gardner Dickinson in the old days. He'd probably tell you to color that thing for you.
And he didn't even like the other players wearing white shoes.
A lot of divot there.
Yeah, this one left and kind of turn a little bit that way. Extreme left-hand side of the green.
Yeah, a little double cross there. Trying to play a cut. Probably last minutes they don't hit it right front bunker. That'll be quite the putt.
Rory being followed now by the entire press corps here at Congressional.
See if you can play a cut shot in there, Roger, if you can pick up on that. See if he actually is sort of showing off his repertoire.
And he's got an 8-iron. I can tell you this about the photographers, Danny. Most of them at one point or another have been in my way today at some time. This is launched away up in the air. This is right in the hole.
There's a twirler, another twirler. When he twirls it, watch out. We're going to see that for the next 20 years.
What we're seeing this week is a performance that is just one of those hard to put in perspective. But a U.S. Open is in the sights and a first major for Rory McIlroy. Back here at Congressional, Y.E. Yang at the 13th. This for birdie, Roger.
Yeah, that's got to be close to 50 feet, 45 at least. And this is going to be up over a ridge about midway to the hole. Should move to his right.
Not an easy
on top.
two-putt.
No, it's not. It's carrying a little too much speed.
Slow down fast.
Then over to 17.
Davis Love ready with his second shot here at the 426-yard par 4.
Stayed down on that nice.
He really did. He likes it too. You can hear him say, be right. Well, it should be. Should catch the slope.
He's hit a lot of great shots. He just missed a few of those little putts.
Yes, he has. Has not taken advantage of it. But he will have that putt to get to 4 under par. Back at 13.
And McIlroy.
Now this is one of those putts you kind of want to hit a little dripper here, John. And late in the day, the green has some imperfections on it.
This would be a great
This would be a great one.
Yeah, this is very nice. Par 3 at 2. Here, maybe 2 at 10.
Dripping it down there, and that's got it. Whoa!
It got by, what, Raj? 4 or 5 feet?
Well, that's gone by almost 4.
Again, this just after the third hole that Rory has lost any shots on all championship week. Okay, just 2 bogeys and a double bogey on 3 holes. Other than that, all pars, birdies, he's even dropped in an eagle. Fewest holes of bogey or worse since 1987. 4, Payne Stewart back in 1991.
That didn't seem to overstress him, did it?
No, it didn't. So Rory stays at 16 under. 5 holes left to 17.
See if Davis Love can take advantage of the brilliant second shot in here. And does. So Davis, who tied for 6th last year at Pebble Beach, looking for back-to-back top 10 finishes in the U.S. Open as we go to 13.
Y.E. Yang looking for a nice 2-putt. So they both make par at 13. Lead continues to be 8 over Yang, 9 over Day.
It's a wonderful feeling when you get this kind of lead and you can just sort of play your game and enjoy the gallery, you can start looking around a little bit more. And there's literally no way to lose this championship at this point. Unless, well, there is no way.
You should think about that for just 2 seconds.
You're up.
Well, and not many guys have ever been in this position, Roger, that you literally could play with 3 clubs and win from this point in.
As long as you make sure you sign a right scorecard and do a few things correctly, you should be able to get it in for people like that. Good, you should, shouldn't you?
Very rare this performance to have this kind of separation between first and second. We've only seen it twice, really, in my lifetime, Roger. I don't know if I've missed any, but got Tiger Woods in the year 2000 at Pebble, and now Rory McIlroy here at Congressional.
Well, Arnold threatened to do it in '66 at Olympic Club, but it didn't work out. But he had that commanding lead at one time. So I guess anything can happen.
Yang with his tee shot off 14.
This is going to miss right.
Yeah, that's thick over there, Roger. Ooh.
It's not good.
A lot of mounds.
That's the nastiest rough I've seen out here.
That is probably one of the nastiest spots on this golf course. It's long, and there's a lot of mounds over there, and you can't see the green. There's a lot of limbs overhanging over there. McIlroy now with a 3-wood.
It's a tough fairway to hit.
You can see it. Players can't see the fairway where the ball's going to hit.
Point shot.
It's just kind of a controlled, almost a knockdown kind of shot. Going down the left center. This is fine. Perfect.
McIlroy completely in control. Look at him. He's having a great time. Who wouldn't? 22 years old. He's got an 8-shot lead in the U.S. Open. Just a few holes left.
Yeah, just on the
I'm sure his countryman Graham McDowell, last year's champion, will be waiting for him on 18 to give him a big hug when he finishes this off.
Well, Jake, let's take a look at this. I want you to zoom in. We're going to zoom in and kind of watch the impact position here. Watch how much of a divot he takes. That's pretty unusual with a 3-wood, like you said, kind of playing a little bit of a knockdown shot with, and then holds off the finish. That's a cool shot.
That was beautiful. Let's go to 18.
And Cantlay coming home. The amateur putting the finishing touches on low amateur honors at this U.S. Open.
That was fantastic, that shot he just hit. That was a great shot. You have to see this whole occasion, folks. It's right on the downslope of the knob. It's almost slightly controversial, but with the speed of the greens, it's no problem at all.
And so as Cantlay finishes up here, you know, we've heard from the players. We've heard a lot of people in the media have offered their own perspectives on what Rory McIlroy has been doing here this week. So we thought it would be interesting to bring in the greatest ever 18-time major championship winner, Jack Nicklaus, who has been an interested observer. And Jack, I know you don't watch a lot of television, golf on television, but this, it would appear would be have to be one of those events that it's hard to take your eyes off of it. So you've been watching what Rory's been doing this week, right?
Well, yeah, I've been watching it. I watched it because I knew I was going to talk to you guys today.
You first met Rory.
But I was very interested. I think that Roy's a very, very talented young man. He obviously plays very well. He's obviously had a couple of disappointments in the Masters and the British Open, and I didn't think that was going to happen to him again, and it hasn't.
Well, Jack, you actually talked to Rory just after that 80 at the Masters. You've developed a pretty good relationship for him. You had lunch with him for the first time last year at the Honda Classic in your hometown there in Palm Beach. What advice did you give Rory after the 80 at the Masters, which let that green jacket slip away?
Well, I really didn't give him any advice. I really asked him a question. I just sort of, I said, sorry about what happened at the Masters. I said, I hoped you learned from it. I said, we all of us have had our problems, and coming down the stretch, we've had to learn what mistakes we've made and how do we handle them, and what we did. And he said, yeah, I think I did. I said, well, make sure you did, because the next time you get yourself in that position, you got to remember what you did and what you didn't do, and you got to remember what you want to do and go do it.
We're watching his second
I
shot.
think he's a very sharp young man. He's smart as a whip, and he just sort of, I think he absorbed what we were talking about. Of course, when we met in Palm Beach last year, he wanted to talk to me about how to finish a golf tournament. And so we talked a little bit about that. I told him what I did and how I approached it and so forth. I talked about how I prepared for tournaments and that kind of thing. And he wants to learn. He wants to get better. And when you got young people who want to do that, you take an interest in them and you want to follow their career and wish them well.
Jack, you've watched him enough to say, what do you like best about his game? I mean, his swing is about as good a swing as we've seen in many years.
I think he's got a great golf swing. I think his rhythm is so beautiful, and I think he's his tempo it just stays the same all the time. He doesn't try to kill it, doesn't try to do anything unusual with the golf ball. He hits it a little harder at times when he wants to put a little power, and I think that's fine. He obviously has a great short game. I love his little moxie and sort of the way he walks and sort of like, he's a little cocksure about himself, and I kind of like that in a guy. I think it's you've got to have confidence in yourself and what you're doing.
He was winning his first major at 22. You won your U.S. Open at Oakmont against Arnold Palmer at 22. Pretty coincidental there. And, it's amazing the rounds that he's put on the board, so to speak, at these major championships at such a young age. And you did the same thing at Cherry Hills, could have won there. So we're talking about a great start to possibly a super career.
I think this kid's going to have a great career. I don't think there's any question about it. He's got all the components. He's got a lot of people rooting for him, and he's a nice kid. He's got a pleasant personality. He's humble when he needs to be humble, and he's confident when he needs to be confident.
Well, Jack, just for the record, he's going to be about 4 months younger than you were when you won your first major. So I guess we can say right now he's ahead of your major pace.
He's ahead of my major pace, and his score is way ahead of my pace.
Some performance, Jack. We appreciate the time.
Good talking to you, Jack.
Okay, Dan and Johnny. Nice to talk to you all.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Over at 18 a moment ago. This was Cantlay for his par.
That was quite up and in out of that bunker. I tell you, that was a hard shot.
Cantlay awarded the Jack Nicklaus Award for Player of the Year in the collegiate ranks.
And that's one of the lowest totals ever by an amateur in 4 rounds. To win low amateur honors, to shoot level par is a terrific score.
He also won the Phil Mickelson Award, which is awarded to the freshman of the year, and he beat Mickelson by 7 shots in this U.S. Open.
Back on 14 now, Y.E. Yang. Chipping out to here, Raj. Got a little left up this green.
Yeah, and pitching uphill, should move to his right once it's on the green a little bit. That's pretty nicely done, about 3 to 4 feet underneath the hole.
Let's go back up to 18.
Yeah, I want to see
for the low American.
I want to see this swing. This is a heck of a player right here, folks. He was really the best collegiate player in 2008. Won the Jack Nicklaus Award and hits a super shot there. And who knows? Maybe he's going to be the great American young player out of Fresno. You never know. He's a good player out of UCLA, first team All-American.
Back on 14 now. Roger, it was great to hear Jack's perspective on Rory and this young talent.
Yeah, he was dead spot on. I mean, Rory still plays like a kid, which is great at his age. You can see when he's disappointed, when he's not. This putt now uphill, going to move to his right.
That's it.
That's a good looking putt. Oh my! Oh, that was a good looking putt.
Jack said he walks and acts cocksure. A little bit, I wouldn't call it arrogant, but he's just so confident, and as you said, he's having fun. After all, golf is a game.
When his agent Chubby Chandler and Darren Clark first met Rory McIlroy, he was just 12 years old, and that is exactly, Jake, how Chubby described him. He was cocksure. He had definitely bordered on a little bit of arrogance there. Just a young kid who knew he had a lot of talent, but he has really matured, and there is no player especially with this amount of talent, who's been more humble than Rory McIlroy.
You know, in the mid-70s, I had a glimpse of what he's going through, where you have no nerves, you have no fear, and you almost have a feeling of wanting to show your stuff, wanting to show off, or show the world how good and how close you can knock it and how many birdies you can make. It's a wonderful feeling. He's there. And in a major championship doing it.
That for Yang's par. Good save there. Let's go up to 18.
And Chappell, who was a part of that UCLA Bruins squad, Johnny, to win the 2008 NCAA title, first team title for the Bruins since '88. He became the first Bruin to even win the individual NCAA title.
Well, we talked about Rory in Haiti. This man, Kevin, is been a volunteer for Special Olympics since he was 10 years old. So he has a conscience also. Good guy.
Chappell in that tie for fourth. Remember, the top 10 finishers get an exemption into next year's U.S. Open at Olympic Club. Traditionally, it was the top 8 who were invited to next year's Masters tournament. So this indeed a big week and day for Kevin Chappell, but no one enjoying it more than Rory McIlroy. 4 holes left. Back at Congressional Country Club. Home stretch here for Rory McIlroy, up by 8 over Y.E. Yang. 16 under par.
Yeah, we're here on the 15th hole.
On the green, near the green, this 15th hole, Jason Day.
Hit a wild hook off the tee and got it over to where Sergio Garcia actually hit the pin from over there yesterday with his second shot. Jason can only get into this bunker.
Amazing. In the ball. Able to keep this score intact, missing all these fairways.
It is patchwork.
And that is a beautiful shot. Should keep him at 7 under. He's got 41 holes without a bogey. He's been spraying it around.
He's hit a lot of different kinds of shots and made a lot of different kinds of pars, I'll tell you that.
As you see, Rory McIlroy cruised down the fairway, which he's hit at 15. Let's check in with Jimmy Roberts again.
Well, Dan, Jack Nicklaus not the only Hall of Famer watching this telecast. Just got a text from Greg Norman, and he says Europe lost a genius this year, referring to Seve Ballesteros, but has found his replacement. Pure genius and display of the most natural golf ability we have seen in a very, very long time.
So the accolades continue to come in, and that's just beginning. This is going to send McIlroy into a whole new stratosphere in this game. Mark, what about Westwood for birdie?
A little bit of a hook putt, quick down the hill. Cannot buy one.
Just even par for the day. So that's not the round. He wanted to shoot 65 and put a little bit of heat on his pal McIlroy. But
well, you wonder, Johnny, how much he can really totally concentrate on his own game as Rory's so close behind him here.
Well, I just think that one part of him is just really enjoying Rory's rise and winning this U.S. Open. And even though he didn't want to give in to that, but part of him, I think, was there.
It's a day for his par.
He has been rock solid on these, Johnny. These are not the easiest putts.
Yeah, he works the course. I mean, he's got a pre-shot routine that is, it's not fast, but it's set every time in stone. He does the same thing every time.
It certainly would appear that Day is headed for his 3rd top 10 in his first 4 majors. So here's a guy that you would assume is going to be hanging around major leaderboards for years to come as well. Just 23 from Australia. Back out just off the fairway in the bunker for Yang.
It's in a ring print, though. It's hard to hit it cleanly.
207 up this hill, John. Players can't see the surface of the green. It's a tough shot.
Hit the lip. Hit the lip. could see two splashes, the strike and the lip, really quickly together.
And now McIlroy from a great spot.
Boy, wasting no time, Roger.
169 left. He's not taking any time at all. Perfect angle. Perfect tee shot here.
High, solid. Really good right of the hole.
You're talking about just solid golf. I mean, just every time flushing. You only miss it one shot in the whole championship, Roger, that I've seen. And that was the little wedge shot, remember, on the par 5 6th?
Yep, a little fat, just got over the water.
That was it.
Davis Love finishing up for birdie at 18. Looks like after an overcast day, overcast few days, really. Haven't seen a lot of the sun here at Congressional. Maybe it's time it comes out just in time for the Rory McIlroy finish. 16.
Sergio Garcia with a chance for a birdie, but Dottie, I'm sure, a lot longer putt than he anticipated having after laying up in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, he was forced to lay up, though, because he drove the ball in the left bunkers, Gary, and not a very good wedge in here. I carried it on the upper level, and it oddly didn't have hardly any spin on it. His speed has been very, very good today.
Needs it here. Cutting off a little high spot down into a low area. Very quick.
Yeah, now the finish going left.
How about this? Oh, good putt.
That hit something a foot short and kicked it a little right. Let's take a look at his hands with this sort of, I guess you call it a sort of a saw grip stroke. And he keeps it pretty quiet. That looks good. Now, Gary, you're the putting genius.
Well, no, I would say it looks very good, and his speed has been very good today as well as we go back to 15.
And the third for Yang.
Actually, reasonably lucky that that thing, when it hit the lip, didn't sort of catch more of the hard lip. Nice tempo, 1, 2.
This should spin back a little.
He doesn't give up. One thing about Yang, and we learned that at the PGA that he beat Tiger, is he'll stick around.
Remember when Rory's dad, Jerry, the story circulated, and it's true. When Rory was 15 years old, his dad got together with a few friends, and they decided to make a wager on Rory. They ended up 100 British pounds. They took a bet that Rory would win the British Open by the time he's 25. Imagine what it would be like if they made it the U.S. Open. Here he is at 22, and
it's going to be an interesting ride. It's not going to be a gimme, but he's got the game to do it.
Love a par at 18.
Oh, so many putts he misses on the right side. Just, I mean, that wasn't a bad putt, but it just, so many are on the right side, if you'd notice.
Davis was in the top 10, but now with that bogey, falls into a tie for 11th right now.
Very consistent play, though, wasn't it? Get much more consistent than Davis Love. 71, 70, 70, 70. Good plan.
Back over to the 15th.
Rory consulting his yardage book, his charting of the green to see how this breaks. I don't think there's a lot of break in this. Might try to go a little bit to his left up this hill, but this is right where you want to putt from, John. He just put it in the perfect spot.
Yeah, he's having fun right now. 9-shot lead.
The hole! I thought it might go a little bit the other way.
I think he hit a perfectly struck putt, just misread it like you did. I mean, it didn't look like it would go that way to me either.
Well, we begin to get the records in order for you, and one that is as sure as they can be at this point in the championship is the number that he's at right now, 16 under. Rory was well aware of the 12 under, best ever scored a par in a U.S. Open championship that Tiger Woods put up at Pebble Beach in his 15-shot win there. And McIlroy at the 16 under number right now is going to own that one.
One thing that makes me smile as much as anything, Roger, is maybe the kids will copy the quickness that he plays, you know, instead of the slowness that we've had through collegiate golf and everything, and it's carried on to the tour. And him, he just gets up and plays.
Yeah, it's refreshing, isn't it?
Boy, I'll say, kid, I got a big smile watching him.
Getting to stay in solo second.
Always right. That is not good for him, and that, of course, puts him in a tie in second
with
place.
Jason Day, and leads back up to 9 for McIlroy.
Yeah, it wasn't that hard a putt, but I think this is a hard green to read, Roger.
So Young, with his second bogey on his back 9, has made it even more clear that Rory McIlroy will cruise in with a U.S. Open title. 3 holes to go.
Couldn't get through. You said I'm 2
Look at Joy right there. With just 3 holes left, he continues to wait at the 16th.
We'll move ahead to 17. Sergio Garcia, second shot out of the left rough. 68 yards, trying to beat on a 9-iron. For it to sit. It should catch a little slope there. He's on back low. Nice shot. 16, Westwood's second shot on the way at the par 5.
Just left of the flag, Gary. Oh, and about 3 yards short.
Westwood was able to make an eagle 3 here yesterday. Part of a little run of 4 holes where he went to eagle. Now Jason Day.
You know, when I watch Jason Day, Gary, I see the same kind of confidence and a little bit of what you might call cockiness. Some people that you would see in Rory McIlroy. He just doesn't display it quite as much. This is a very confident young man.
Similar pre-shot routine to his fellow countryman Aaron Baddeley. He'll get back there and visualize with his eyes closed before he hits shots.
232 yards for Jason.
What?
This one is very high and looks good, but short.
Let's go, Lee!
And it's fortunate it hangs up right there, so not bad, easy up and down as we go to 18.
And if Stenson hasn't already had enough problems, remember his shaft broke earlier and discussed, and a bird between him and the hole as he goes for a par putt.
Swedish standoff here.
Gets to chase it out of line there over to the tee at 16 where there are no such problems.
McIlroy ready to go.
This one turning up the left-hand side at the bunkers.
Well, will be a sure layup. We'll take a look at the flight of the ball. Pro Tracer technology. He was talking about toward the end of last year, he felt like he was getting in the habit of kind of coming over the ball a little bit and was hitting some of those what he called pull hooks, getting the ball started left and then having it hook. This one I think he just over-released, just trying to hit it so hard.
Definitely didn't come over it, but like you say, I think he just had the face a little shut at impact. It's a beautiful swing, but tried to get a little too much out of it probably.
All right, Yang next.
Thought this was really a narrow drive.
It's a big pull and a hook.
Well left of the bunkers and into the gallery. Up at 18.
With the bird out of the way a moment ago for Stenson's par to get in it even in this championship.
A very delicate putt, just really up and over. It's like really hard to get the right speed. It's so quick the second half.
And a good look at the shortest Par 4 on the back nine. And playing considerably easier today, Dottie, than it did yesterday with this front hole location in the bowl, but only if you manage to get it in the right place on the green.
Well, that's right, and that becomes more difficult when you don't drive it in the fairway. And Matt Kuchar has had his troubles in that department today. A monster break from left to right, and picking up speed that second half.
Yeah, almost impossible to not run this at least 6 or 7 feet by. The start of the downslope. It's just so much speed.
Don't think you can do much better.
And back at 16, Westwood ready with his third here at the par 5. Inside bunker, straightforward shot, good lie. Chunk and run there, Johnny, not being overly brave, trying to carry it too far with that severe slope just past the hole.
That's good technique he had.
And at 17, Dottie, never a good thing when you putt twice before your playing competitor.
That would be negative.
Screen's starting to turn a little yellow on Dottie.
Well, it's just getting tracked up. It's an area that holds moisture, and there's been a lot of foot traffic down there over the course of the practice rounds and, of course, the championship itself. It's the way you get into the green. That's a really good comeback.
Nice two-putt. Back at 16, Jason Day playing his third. Very straightforward little chip from just short of the green. Nicely done. Day will have a good chance to get it to 8 under par, and Sergio has a good chance to reach 7 under.
Sure does, and I think we're starting to see a guy come out of his funk. It's been really enjoyable to walk with this guy today. He's been chatty. He's got that little smirk again when he hits shots that you're not supposed to hit. The rescue sort of shots.
Few more putts, but still just doesn't make it. Seems, Johnny, the ones you're supposed to make, not all of them. Ball just got low in a hurry, didn't it?
It did. It wasn't a bad putt. It just really breaks.
All right, back at 16, Westwood for birdie. Moves him back to 6 under. Back to Garcia at 17.
Wouldn't you just like to mail him the tapes from that amateur at Oak Hill?
Well, he was as natural-looking player as Rory McIlroy looks now. Back then, he was, of course, only 18 years of age, but there wasn't a whole lot of thought involved. It was just kind of look at the target and let it go. Back at 16, Jason Day, this to move to 8 under par and into second place. So the man who finished tied for second at the Masters is now in second place at the U.S. Open. And back down the fairway, Yang playing his second, Raj.
Yeah, got a decent lie over here where the gallery's been, but doesn't have a whole lot to work with. Is kind of playing out to the right. I guess he might try to hit some kind of hard hook. Yeah, that's what he's trying to do, but caught the tree, but it will end up in the fairway. Just have a longer shot than he would have hoped.
You really hooded the club face of the dress there, Gary. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, I did, which obviously you're trying to play a big hook, but if the club face is too closed, it'll hook too quickly.
Guys that cut the ball and try to hook it, they hit pull hooks. Jack Nicklaus was one who did that.
All right, McIlroy, just avoid the lip of the bunker.
Yeah, got to get it up quickly. I wouldn't think you could advance it much more than 120 or 30 yards from here.
Good out, Robert. Good out.
That's probably a lesson he learned. Remember the second hole, the final day at Augusta, he was in a fairway bunker and tried to get too much out of it, caught the lip. Not the case there. And ahead at 17, Robert Garrigus playing his second shot. He's at 5 under par.
Just even for the day, huh?
Yeah, but a nice comeback for him, John. He was all the way back to 2 under par. He's actually birdied 3 out of his last 4 holes.
Going on one more right underneath the hole.
Potentially, not bad for. And he really has not done much in the U.S. Open before.
Sort of a perfect course for him.
Well, we started the day telling you about another one of those records that Rory McIlroy was chasing, the 272 totals, lowest 72-hole totals in U.S. Open Championship history, and that he just needed to shoot a 1 over 72 to get underneath it. Par in now for a 268. Beat that record by 4. So that is yet another record that is likely to end up in Rory's resume.
Yeah, that's a good one too. Lowest score ever shot in an Open, huh? In the U.S. Open. So it's been fun to watch, and it's compelling, even though it's been a runaway.
Well, I think it'll be fun to watch the future too, won't it, Johnny? See where this young man goes.
Well, you know, he's sort of created a little mini monster, hasn't he? So now you have to say, will that be something that he gets to the top of Mount Everest faster than anybody's ever done it? And how long will he stay up there to check out the view and try another one?
Well, supposedly that was one of the things that Jack Nicklaus talked to him about. He was mentioning it earlier in the week. He said, you know, a lot of people are going to put a lot of pressure on you, and you better get used to putting the pressure on yourself and dealing with it. As we watch Yang play his third.
175 left, Gary. Shot to play slightly uphill. I would think this is 6-iron, playing it a little left to right. Pretty good looking shot.
Oh, it's a beauty.
Yeah.
It's a beauty. Oh, that's not an easy shot from that far back.
So, Gary, referring back to Nicklaus, it's not a cuddly deal. It's sort of a tough love out of Jack, right?
Well, I would think that's probably the case. And you got to love the pace of play here, Raj. Ready to go.
Ready to go. 134. That's a wedge. This is right at it, too.
Catch that down slope.
Like this.
So he has now hit 15 of 16 greens in regulation today. And we'll have another chance at a birdie.
Really hasn't eaten up the par 5s, Gary.
No, that's what's incredible, Johnny. We were looking at his scoring. He's even par on the par 3s. He's 12 under par on the par 4s, and just 4 under par on the par 5s.
I mean, 4 under, there's not a lot on the par 5s as well as he's playing. He might birdie this one, but so I mean, Tiger normally is, you know, when he's at his peak would be 10 or 11 under par on the par 5.
So he's got an area of his game he can improve.
This is his 61st green in regulation, Gary, the most since the U.S. Open stats were kept in the last 30 years. So he's done it with his ball strike, and it's not like he's been making 30-foot birdie putts, is it?
No, it's been fun to watch as we move ahead to Garrigus and see if he can knock this putt in to get to 6 under. That would move him into a tie with Kevin Chappell for best score by an American player. And he does. So Robert Garrigus, he's pumped up. This is, as I said, quite a back nine for him. He made 4 birdies, or excuse me, 5 birdies on the back nine.
Very nice.
So we go to 18.
And Sergio Garcia on the tee. 523-yard par 4. Does play that long downhill.
We've had 2 par 4s on the back nine over 500 yards today. The most difficult hole to get the tee all the way back. Get a tough hole location. 4.6 average, which is really high. That's almost like a easy par 5, and only 1 birdie all day long.
16.
See if Wai Yang can make a very good birdie, Raj, after the tee shot.
Yeah, it was a pretty impressive third. And he was kind of fortunate to get much of a shot down where his tee shot ended up. But now not a whole lot left in this.
What's this been doing, Gary? Anything?
Well, John, I mean, it can work to the left ever so slightly.
It's not a hard putt.
No, it's not. It's inside the hole. Just go ahead, keep it in the right center, hit it firmly.
Kind of
keep it in the hole.
Story of his weekend there. Really.
Yeah, you didn't watch the first 2 days. I mean, we weren't here the first 2 days, Roger, but he made everything the first 2 days.
Well, he used them all up, apparently, because he's left a lot of them out here.
And yeah, McIlroy to 17 under par. Crowd very appreciative.
17 under par, Gary, in the U.S. Open.
Well, Johnny, we had that graphic there of the lowest 72-hole total. I think this number will stand for quite some time. Hit at 17, Jason Day with his second shot, just 154 yards. To the fairway, this I was going to say this should be a green light special, but that is pulled. It's left.
That's a crazy putt, right?
Yep. Leaves that putt up and over that ridge and back down to the hole. Tough two-putt from there.
Well, Gary, I'm sure there are a lot of viewers out there wondering, like we have been, if Tiger Woods has been watching, monitoring Rory McIlroy's performance. Indeed, he has. He's been enjoying his Father's Day, but at the same time is well aware of the scores and the numbers that Rory has been putting up throughout the week, and today especially. If Tiger issued this statement, quote, "Heck of a performance. Looks pretty comfortable that Rory will raise the U.S. Open trophy. Congrats and well done. Enjoy it. This was an impressive performance."
That's nice of Tiger. Yeah, this is a formidable challenge as he makes his comeback, which a lot of people want to see you come back, Tiger. Hope your health improves.
Tiger with those 14 major championships, by the way, sitting right where Jack did. Jack was 35 years old, so he's pretty much on the pace. Jack didn't pick up the 15th major until he was 38, so there's been a lot of speculation on when Tiger's going to get back, but you know, it's still time to get healthy. We wish him all the best.
As McIlroy goes off the tee with an iron at 17.
Just a bullet draw right down the middle. Kept the flight down, very controlled, Gary.
Fairway ends at about 280 yards. That's the reason why players will hit less than a driver.
They got a little surge of confidence, and it's going to be twice as hard to win majors now in the next 6 or 8, 10 years.
Sergio Garcia, 224 left with his second.
Well, this is only 29% of the players are hitting this green today, and this might be a little right. Oh, no, it's not bad at all, Sergio. I don't know what he was expecting from way back there, but that's a good shot. Tough putt, though.
Final few groups playing the 18th. And the anticipation building for the arrival of a guy that's put up more red numbers here than we could have possibly imagined.
Day now at the 17th. And the second shot was well left of the hole on the wrong side of the ridge, Johnny. And as we've seen from so many players, left with a tough putt for a par.
Right to left.
Back up the hill. Boy, he is clutch with those.
He's putted fantastically well this 18 holes final round. I don't think he's missed a putt inside 10 feet that I've seen.
So he will remain at 8 under. Yang, unfortunately, Raj playing from the rough once again.
Yeah, 169 to the hole, and the ball a little below his feet. A little bit of a knuckleball lie. It's not the worst lie I've seen, but got to be careful this one doesn't jump too much.
Is he wearing out? Roger's starting to pull hook it.
Well, this one's going left of the hole, and that catches just above the bunker and comes back in.
Just a bunch of pull hooks, Gary.
Well, usually that's a sign of a fader whose body's not moving fast enough, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Rory now 161.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel right here.
As it straight up in the air, but this is pulled and hooked going to the left side.
Almost identical position where Jason Day just played from. As we saw, they went 7 or 8 feet by, and probably as surprised as we are that he hit a shot that far off line.
Yeah, that was not his best, was it?
As we step aside for yet another Rory scoring record update to add to your list, players to have all 4 rounds under par in a U.S. Open Championship. Select few, just 4. Only 2 of those have shot all 4 rounds in the 60s. McIlroy, of course, has a great chance to do that. Currently at 3 under par, par 71 here. We've also got to look at Robert Garrigus and Y.E. Yang, who have a chance to be under par in all 4 rounds of the championship as well. So that gives you a little taste of how easy, in reality, congressional has played. Again, Rory has separated himself from everybody, but gives you an idea about when you're thinking about scoring records, keeping that in perspective.
Here comes the Rories. Doesn't look like too many people have come home. I can tell you that. We're looking here at 18.
The Royal Nation has already begun here at 17.
I like that.
Up to 18.
And Garcia, tough birdie putt.
Into the green the first half, and into the top, and then down the green here. It's good touch, but you can see how quick that putt is. Very hard to get close.
You gotta time it all, match it all. Back to 17.
Yang, third shot.
Decent lie here in the bunker.
He's been good. He's been good all week. He's got it up and down 7 of 8 previous times he's been in the sand. A chance to do it there as well. Well, we talked about the difficulty of the putt Rory McIlroy faces. Here's why. You see, starts off going uphill and goes over a rise and then back down to the hole. Change in elevation of almost 1.5 feet and a big swing from left to right.
Gary, if you don't make it, is it even possible to get it inside of 3 feet?
I don't think so, Johnny. I mean, the best that I've seen from anywhere other than the area around where the hole is cut in that low area is, 4 or 5 feet by.
You're ready for a better than most?
Why not?
Check it down!
He's laughing about it too.
Well, you still can't get inside 3 feet unless you make it, can you?
I don't think so, because it's still coming down that very steep slope.
I'm surprised that hung up though. Missed out by what, 2 inches, Roger?
Maybe a little bit more than that. Maybe another 4 to 6 inches. This is like right on dead on top of that ridge.
It isn't easy to keep your concentration. When you have this big of a lead, I have to think, and even in a major, if your first major, you're sort of starting to enjoy it. You know what I mean, Dan?
Well, we talked about all week how difficult it is. All the players have how difficult it is to play with a lead, especially early on. Now it's mere formality here, but to keep it going the whole time. When you know you just want to flash forward and get to that trophy presentation and get to the celebration.
Up to 18.
See if Garcia can win the championship with a par with just 1 bogey on his final round card.
Just a straight in putt. Nevertheless, as Donnie mentioned earlier, we are seeing some signs of a new Sergio. It'd be nice to get him back in the major championship next, Johnny. And it'd be great to get Tiger back, and it would be great to get all of that back with all of the new players, the Rory McIlroys, obviously, and all these guys that have come onto the scene.
I
17, yeah, with a nice par save to remain in third place.
Gary, if Rory makes this, is this not his first three?
Yeah, I was going to say, Raj, this is the first negative stat that we can put up. This would be his first 3-putt of the championship.
I wouldn't call 1 3-putt in the U.S. Open a bad stat myself.
No, I understand.
I think he can get over it.
Might have tried to get a little too cute with that first putt, trying to hit just a super putt down there, and instead of just hitting it 5 feet by and draining it with that great stroke of his. He's trying to enjoy that bogey, but it's not easy to do.
McIlroy started off this championship on Thursday with a 65 and a 3-shot lead, increased it every day. Wire-to-wire champions, no ties. These are the select few that have had the outright lead throughout. And it's a very, very short list. Tiger at Bethpage in 2002. Did it before Pebble Beach, and Jackman and Hogan, Jim Barnes, Walter Hagen.
I remember Tony Jackman at Hazeltine with that hot answer putter, just making everything. That was a great performance.
Majors are hard enough to win. They are even more difficult to win when you sleep on the lead and you are the guy from the start. He has done it all week. Garrigus now with his third at 18.
That's where you want to leave it, though. You don't want it on the other side of that ridge.
What a championship for Garrigus. His dad Tom won a silver medal in trap shooting at the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City. Later coached the U.S. Olympic shooting team and lost his dad a few years ago. But a big week for Garrigus. A huge week about to come to an unbelievable culmination for Rory McIlroy at the U.S. Open. McIlroy waiting at the tee at 18. You stare down that fairway, it looks like it's a mile away. He must feel like this championship is several miles away. He can't wait to get down to that green, get it going, but he wants to finish it out, Johnny. No one wants to, you know, mess up the final hole and kind of limp in there.
You can see he's not happy about that bogey at 17.
Here's Garrigus. We mentioned, I'm sure his dad has come through his thoughts on his Father's Day and the great championship that he's been enjoying this week. One tour win that he picked up last year in Orlando. 33 years old.
Well, this is a slice putt. He said it goes down and up. You can see by his hand motion to his caddy that it's a sort of a bowl putt. It goes down to the low and then back up to the hole, moving to the right.
Low American right now, Kevin Chappell, 6 under. This to tie that 6 under mark from Garrigus.
Looks pretty good.
And he did it. And he loves it.
Wow, what a great putt. And that's some really great raw emotion. That's a happy man. That's good to see. It is. Look at this.
Put this performance in perspective a little bit as it just fell in the side. Garrigus becomes the 5th player ever with all 4 rounds under par in a U.S. Open. Remember, Garrigus was a qualifier, and he is going to wind up finishing high up there.
Top 10.
He's tied for 4th right now, and he's got himself a trip to the Olympic Club next year and one to Augusta National most likely.
Look at these, just loving it. Just, you know, it's just sort of the raw emotion of all those, pounding all those golf balls and now doing it in a major in front of all these people and making that putt.
So just 2 groups left. Second to last group, Jason Day at 18. Mark?
230 yards out of the right-hand rough. Not a pleasant task. Does have a pretty decent lie.
The 300 par where he's hit it is unbelievable, Mark.
Yeah, it really is pretty amazing.
Bunker?
Day's not done. There's still some work left.
That's a tough bunker shot right there over that ridge. But he knows he's really hung in there and been gritty and made all those clutch putts.
What's amazing, Johnny, is that this score is 2 shots better than Lee Westwood's. I've been watching him play all day and still can't believe it.
This is almost an impossible shot. You got to hit a great shot to get it close there.
On the hill.
Only one birdie all day here at 18. Adam Hadwin. And yeah, that's a lot of guys going at this hole, and it's just a huge hole and really a super hard hole location, just over this big hog's back.
Amazing what that extra yardage does, and then the hole location can turn 18 into a monster in a hurry.
It is a monster, just like 11 was a monster today.
Back on 18, a final pair. And another eye-popping number to throw your way, including Rory McIlroy, youngest U.S. Open champion since World War II. Rory just turned 22. He's going to be the youngest U.S. Open champion since 21-year-old Bobby Jones won the 1923 championship. In the last 80 years, only one player younger than McIlroy has won a major championship. Tiger Woods at the 97 Masters when he was 21. Here's Y.E. Yang.
See if you can conjure up a better swing and not hook it. He just is basically, there's a good bounce, but he's just sort of falling apart off the tee. I'm not sure if Rory just wore him out or what, but it's left to left right now.
One last big swing here for McIlroy.
You watch, he's going to pound this thing. This is not some little finesse shot.
I think the game plan has changed it all. Aggressive, free-flowing, that's what he wanted to do. And he got this big lead. Keep it going.
I think it's a good one.
I think this is going to be fine.
Sitting up. It's not bad. That's a good shot. Got a little too much right side. Came up with the right side. Watch that right foot come up a little early. When that thing pops up, it throws the right hip up. And that makes you come over just a little bit.
You see J.P. Fitzgerald there, Rory McIlroy's caddy. We haven't mentioned much of him, but he's a part of that close-knit circle, the Northern Ireland veteran caddy, who's carried for the likes of Darren Clarke in the past. A good golfer in his own right. Played some collegiate golf here in the U.S. and Middle Tennessee State. So J.P. Fitzgerald right next to Rory, step for step in this march toward history. Speaking of Darren Clarke, we mentioned that Chubby Chandler and Darren Clarke first met Rory McIlroy when he was 12 years old at a Junior Golf Foundation tournament that Darren Clarke was holding in Ireland. And so Rory has had Darren Clarke's cell phone since he was 12. So that helps to win the game.
The shot here is so hard to get close. Look at the spin he put on that.
Wow. Just another example of what Jason Day has been doing all day. Missing greens, missing fairways, but not one lost shot today. Amazing.
That was a clicky shot he hit right there. Hit really close to that ball. I didn't think he'd even think of playing this shot to land it as deep into that green as still. Look at where he lands this. Hits right into the bank perfectly. You couldn't have landed it in a better spot. And if he makes this, I mean, this is one of the best scoring rounds with a lot of pressure. He's really playing a tournament championship within a championship, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's going to win the second championship.
So now Westwood, another one of those at 6 under, just playing it perfectly down the slope. What a touch.
I'll say that's fantastic also.
Must feel a little strange to see your good friend McIlroy win his first major championship at the age of 22. Westwood so long now has been the next You know, the great player, the best player not to win a major, and he's knocked down the door so many times, he'll wait for another time.
Yeah, I got that feeling that he, you know, obviously loves Rory, but I know he was thinking just what you were thinking, whereas Garcia could have thought the same way because he hasn't won a major. But I got the feeling Garcia thought it was great to see Rory win.
Westwood will be among the many who I'm sure will await a celebration with McIlroy. Hats off. And a 70 for Lee.
And if Jason Day were to make this putt, which is sort of, you'd think seal second place, even though Yang is just one back of him, would have won every U.S. Open but 2. That's -8.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he just would have won every U.S. Open but 2 of them, and this is really not an easy putt.
This putt to finish the U.S. Open with 45 consecutive bogey-free holes.
Mark, where are you?
I am right down here, Johnny. The thing that was so cool about that bunker shot was he carried a long ways and was very low with all that spin.
That's amazing, Johnny. 45 straight bogey-free holes in the U.S. Open.
I think he's going to take a lot away from this championship. Sure, he didn't win the U.S. Open, but I mean, his performance under the pressure, you know, whether he gets in at 8 under or 7 under, really was extremely good.
Have you ever seen a guy besides maybe Retief Goosen make more inside 10 feet than he has today?
He's made them all so far.
This, in most likelihood, for his second straight runner-up finish in a major.
This is a hard putt. This will move right on Mark.
It will.
Not a single shot drop in his final 45 holes.
He made all those putts at Augusta. This guy can close.
One of the great scrambling performances we've seen in a long, long time. Didn't have his best stuff from tee to green. But got it out of 68. And only Yang can catch him for second place. And the final pair is out there, Roger.
And Yang has 267 left to the hole, 246 to the front. And I would assume, Johnny, you're going to try to run something into this green.
You know, this is a funny shot to try. You know, I'm not sure if this is the highest percentage shot to try to fit it in there.
If you land it short of the green, really very far short of the green, you haven't turning left at all. The water is definitely in play.
Yeah, he's been hitting everything left, so let's see if we can keep
This one's not left. This is going down.
Way right.
Yeah, I would have, knowing his game is basically, you know, falling apart tee to green, I would have probably told him, let's hit about a 6-iron down there in a nice wedge with spin and try it from there.
And there is Jerry right on the spot, Rory's father. He can't wait for the hug that's going to happen. Maybe on that 72nd hole down the way.
I think the best thing to do is that right side of the green.
201 lies okay.
Finish it!
He's hitting it very high at the very right side of the green, and it's going to come up just a little shy, but that's pretty good.
That's where you're supposed to hit it when you're in the rough. No, he's not loving it, but you can tell he's a competitor. He wants to hit every shot great. That's really a cool sign. 17 bothered him a little bit, and even the way he played 18, but it shows that he wants every shot is precious to him.
You talk about a dreamlike moment. Going down the fairway on the 72nd hole at a U.S. Open with a 9-shot lead. And again, all of it coming after the disaster at Augusta. The day after he shot 80 at the Masters. On his Twitter account, he put out a quote from Muhammad Ali the day after. And it said, it's repetition of affirmations that leads to belief. And once that belief becomes a deep conviction, things begin to happen. Using the quote from Muhammad Ali. And so he didn't wallow in it. He moved on from it, gained strength from it. And it's come out in unbelievable fashion this week.
not going over the bridge. You guys know that. Yeah, I'm going to have
A
you.
lot of emotion will come out in the next half hour, I'm sure. All those days of getting them to junior tournaments and
getting him over to the Hollywood Golf Club, where Rory became a member, honorary member at the age of 7. Didn't want to leave his dad's side.
And I'm sure there'll be a couple of pros here waiting for him at the green, or at least the clubhouse or locker room.
Used to carry around a golf bag that was as big as he was. In fact, his smaller clubs would get lost in it, so they used to stuff newspaper in the bag so Rory could take the clubs out of it. He just got a glimpse of his father walking alongside, and he gave the smile, the connection.
Oh, that's great.
And his dad said, "Way to go, son."
What a Father's Day present.
Going to see our second straight father-son Northern Ireland embrace in the U.S. Open. And there's Graham McDowell coming out. He's the guy that got the hug from his dad Ken last year at Pebble Beach. It is amazing that it's going to happen again from that same tiny part of the country.
Where's our landing here? What's that? Yeah, like how far short of the pin?
Well, this up and in makes a big difference. Instead of
7?
maybe being third by himself.
85 minus 6, so yeah, 79, 80 yard shot.
Well, third.
Stand real still. Hold your position.
Big difference.
Got it.
He's got 83 yards, John. The ball above his feet, kind of a side hill, downhill lie.
Scale of 1 to 10. This is way up there, isn't it?
Oh yeah, this is hard to get close to the hole. Got to pitch it short. You got to judge it just right and just creep it over hill. I think this has got to go.
There's a big hogsback between him and the hole, folks. It's so hard to get it close. But not bad. Like to see Rory finish this off with a par. It just make it even more joyful. It is one of the hardest up and in she'll have from where he is. It looks easy, but it's not.
Graham McDowell has been making his way down the crowded hillside. Now he's in position. Way to go. It's one thing, Johnny, to see great performances in sport. It's quite another to see a bounce back performance like this after what happened at Augusta. Those are the ones that really separate themselves even further.
I mean, what's the odds of little Northern Ireland winning 2 U.S. Opens in a row? Europe had so much trouble in Great Britain winning a U.S. Open. Now 2 in a row.
His father, Jerry, likes to stay in the background, stay out of the limelight, let it all shine on his son. Well, he's going to be a part of this.
This breaks left, but the big thing is to get the right distance control. It's got to get up over this hill. That's a great putt. Not just a good putt, but a great putt. I mean, that's a crazy good putt, Roger.
Why not, Johnny? Why not?
that makes it really joyful.
There must be 15,000 crowded around this amphitheater, over at the tent, up the clubhouse hillside. They're all standing on their feet.
A little bit northern now. Back to back.
Graham giving Rory's dad a hug.
Don't lose him.
And his dad just said, how about that back to back for us?
I'll never forget the words from Graham McDowell's father last year at Pebble Beach. That is, "You're something, kid." Well, so is Rory.
Look at that. That's a fun feeling.
And I know there's a lot of folks in the Northern Ireland camp celebrating. Darren Clark, I know he's ecstatic. Lee Westwood from that same Chubby Chandler camp. They've been joking around this week how it's going to be the possible Chubby Slam. Schwartzel is his guy. He won the Masters, and Chubby's got another guy here that's going to win the U.S. Open. Yang for par.
Has to be an all-world par if he makes it.
So that means Jason Day is going to have a 6 under. Along with Westwood, along with Chappell, along with Gilgis.
Now this will finish off a dream week for a 22-year-old.
Another U.S. Open champion from Northern Ireland. An unreal performance from Rory McIlroy, the 2011 United States Open champion. President of the USGA, Mike Davis, Executive Director.
Just call it. Thank you very much. Happy Father's Day. Thanks.
He's had here all championship week long. Breakfast with him most of the week.
Come on. Watch.
Staying together in the same house.
What a performance, bro. You're a legend. Well done. Enjoy. There you go, Roar.
That's a legendary performance.
Irish eyes are definitely smiling right now.
I know Roy is probably crying back in Northern Ireland. You can't forget about his mother, Rose. So much a part of what has happened in Roy's young life, an only child. He and his dad and his mother would sacrifice vacation time, scraping enough money together to get Rory over here to the United States for the first time at that junior tournament in Miami, which was the first time they thought he was going to take a path to stardom, and it has just absolutely rocketed here at Congressional. Rory McIlroy, all 4 rounds in the 60s. An electrifying performance. 8-shot win over Jason Day.